Hello. Hello. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Oh my God, it's Friday. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome. Oh, I have to walk out immediately. There's something that just got put into my mailbox that I have to go get. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Bye. Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. That was I don't know if you guys were here the other day when I was talking about and looking up, trying to figure out what clip I needed. I took my airsoft gun apart to install a new part. And a really important piece shot across the room. And I stayed up until 5 a.m. looking for it. And I never could find it. So I had to order it. Thankfully, it was just the tiniest little speck of dust piece. But that also made me worry that I wasn't going to get the right one. So I looked it up to the best of my ability and ordered. The thing was, that part was supposed to not be here until Monday, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it just got bumped up to today. So it's been on my mind in the entire week because my gun will literally not work without it. And we're leaving next weekend, for the event. So it would put me in a big bind trying to figure it out. So they just came in and I looked at them, and it's possible it's not the correct one, but it looks right. Everything looks like it matches up with the other ones. So I'll deal with installing it later after the stream, but it looks right, which is great news. Great news. Great news. What are you doing? Huh? You trying to get some attention? You're a mess, Jax. You're a mess, buddy. Okay. Can't wait to go die in a dumb way and be pissed off at this game today. God damn it. Yeah, damn it. All right, do we take a blue key and go get a plate carrier, maybe? Do I still have like 4,000 AEGs? No, just these two, I guess. Oh, wait a second. Let's use the one with the optic. Oh, shit. Psych. I have guns on my back. Let's use those. It's a 74. Full mag. Okay. All right. We got pumpkins growing. So that we keep healing, let's get just a touch more food. All right. Wait, how's the, I haven't checked in. How's the Race to World First going? I did see that
do it on heroic because it's
Liquid got 8 and 9 last night. Looks like Echo caught up. Oh shit. They're about even, and Echo's or Liquid's just starting the day, so Liquid could have a big day today. 70-something% seems like way too much to make up today. What is today? Friday. Maybe if they like hyper optimize, they'd get a kill by Sunday, but this is starting to look like a reset situation. Yo, thanks for the reminder, Jack. Got you. Boss is fucking insane. It's not dying anytime soon. They took a note from Destiny, add symbols and shit you gotta memorize. I did see that part. And that people, I guess, are like upset at Liquid for and running an add-on for that. You know, that sucks that they do that as well, because to me, that's one of the worst parts of Destiny. Whenever their raids started becoming all about memorizing signals, it makes raids much more inapproachable to new players and randoms. And it makes them not as fun to go in as a person that hasn't played them in a while. Because now you forgot all the symbols, and it's like a barrier where you're like, ah, fuck, man, I don't want to deal with all the stupid symbols, so now I don't want to go in at all. Like some of the, like if I look back, one of my favorite fights in all of the Destiny raids was Caretaker. But I never had to go back in the rooms and deal with the symbols. And to me, I'm like, man, that was such a fun fight. if you just remove that whole part. Always got the hard job of doing the rooms. See, I didn't. And the very first time that we did it was contest mode. And like looking back, it's totally different about how you have people just sitting outside that shoot him in the back and clear the ads. But back then, on contest mode, it was really, really hard. And so I was playing Titan at the time. So I was literally down there tanking the boss. Like dodging his big abilities and keeping his attention like focused on me the entire time so people could shoot him in the back. And that to me was so fucking badass. Like finally Destiny had put in a fight where you use a tank. And to me that was so cool. I loved that fight so much for that. And because I was Void Titan at the time, Void Titan was like super strong. So I was able to tank him because I had, I was running, I had overshield a lot. I'm killing ads, getting an overshield. Tanking the boss. It was so fucking fun, man. Like, if I was to do something similar to Destiny, I would get their whole raid team, and then I would say, now we're doing what you guys did, but we're including the Trinity. We're going to have classes that are half DPS, half tank, full DPS, and half DPS, half healing. And we're going to structure our fights around that. And that, to me, would just send that game over the top. Some actual professions. I don't know, man. I hope somebody does it, because that would be so fun to play. Also, they had cool enemies except for the Fallen, so just remove the Fallen from the game entirely. The Fallen, like, robots can stay. Maybe make the robots themselves like some kind of race. Like you have the old robots that were like, and then you have the new robots, which are the Vex. You got the Hive. Like all those are cool. The Fallen suck ass. Mm-hmm. Can't tell. It looks like those are looted up there. The train. Okay. Don't kill me. Ain't no way, dude. Oh my god, I keep fucking falling for this shit, huh? I'm just an idiot. Bow, 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 bow. What's going on here, brother? I need you to pass away. Thank you. Bow, 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 bow. Damn zombies. Okay, well, not the worst so far. Not the worst. I don't know that that will haul a plate, will it? Will not. Oh shit! Fuck! Am I gonna mess this up again, dude? Am I the worst at this? Today's Mountain Dew Baja Blast Day again. And I forgot to go get it. Dude. What is wrong with me? Pause the stream, we understand. It is a pretty worthy cause. All right, so I got the pants. Let's see if we can get a jacket to match these pants. God damn it. I fucking pause to change my settings, and that's the exact time that I got fucking shot. Oh my god, I hate this game so much. I think the worst part about that is getting knocked in one hit. I don't understand why that happened, but because at first I didn't get knocked and then I fell over later. So I don't know if that's just a weird server connection thing or what. Or maybe it's the double arm damage bug or something. I wonder what Cal's advice would be. True. Yo, what's up, Snow? I think whenever I think about if somebody was to make a game, I've talked about this a lot. Somebody make a game that's like this experience where you have bases that you raid and all these things, but in a separate game that doesn't suck ass like this one. I think you would need to come up with a system, like for instance right now, where all I really want to do is just run back to my base, but it's so fucking boring and miserable to do it because there's no reason for me to loot on the way back up. So you need to come up with a system to encourage people to loot their way back to their base. I'm not exactly certain what that would be. Even in the late, even in late game. And it needs to be fun and intriguing. I think the looting is also really boring and bad in DayZ now, but like if you had engaging looting, like something in Arc Raiders, that could be fun, but even then it becomes a chore. Unless you can think of a good way, a good reason why people need to actually loot their way back up. It's part of why dying feels so miserable in the current state. Because I just have to run the entire way up straight and it's boring. And if there was some kind of like incentive for me to loot my way up where I feel like, no big deal, I need X anyway. Also, yeah, if I didn't have broken shitty wolves spawning in front of me all the time, that also make running back extremely miserable and broken and miserable and broken and miserable. The thing about the wolves is it's so easy to say something like maybe a wolf attacks you and you need a gun before you go back. Which is just like bad game design. Whenever you like, because the issue here is basically it's the whole that kind of thinking is like the opposite, or what do engineers say? Where it's like, don't optimize a system that doesn't even need to be there or shouldn't be there in the first place. The wolves and their spawns are broken. That is what needs to be fixed. Dying occasionally to wolves is like unlucky and something that, to me, I'm like, whatever. Okay. Whenever they're bugged out and they're just attacking you from the same spawns at all times, then that's extremely bad and broken. I was saying for a theoretical game, yeah, yeah. Yeah, theoretical game, yeah, I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down, yeah. The thing is, a more engaging, non-broken, non-shitty PvE experience, yes. Where you're intrigued and excited to engage with the PvE on that way. This is something that, for me, whenever I saw the way that Fortnite did farming a tree or farming materials, I thought was genius. Because it wasn't just like walk up and hit the tree fucking 10 times and you get everything. You had like a little mini game that you could get the materials faster, where it showed a little target up here and a target down here. So you're swinging at the targets And if you hit those targets, you get it faster or whatever, more materials. Basically making the PvE elements of the game more intriguing and more fun to engage with. Obviously something like that doesn't really belong in a game like DayZ. But it's a good way to prove my point. Wait, I'm gonna play this. I don't know how all this playlist, if this playlist is good or not. Does the base respawn fix that? I think, like, I'm okay with how they have their base respawn system. Like, you don't get to respawn your base most of the time. Only some of the time. Which is fine, and honestly, even if you made it where you can't respawn at your base ever, I think that's fine. There are ways that you would balance around that and make it more fun. Basically a smaller map where you don't run quite so far to get back to your base. And then make the run back more engaging. Okay, I'm not feeling this so far. I'm saying, like, if you're thinking, because I've talked about this on stream many times, I feel like, I don't know, man, I feel like I have a very good eye for like gaps in the market in gaming. And what, if somebody made a good game that fit into certain areas, that it could be successful. And that's something I said for a long, years and years and years. That if somebody made a more casual Tarkov, that it was going to be massive. And that's exactly what happened. And I still think that there are gaps in the market. I think a good survival game, again, could do really well. I think a good slow-paced tactical BR could be really good. And I think that if somebody took this whole base building thing and made it a genre of games, that would also be very, very, very good. I know a lot of people do base building, but I mean specifically like with PvP in mind. Base building with raiding on larger maps. Probably not as big as this map, I don't think. Back in Armor 2 mod days, we'd run back like 5 to 6 times back to north to re-gear, but I guess Armor 2 map is smaller. The map is the same size. It's that there isn't as much to loot back then compared to now. There are more lootable buildings and things of that nature now. Plus, I don't know. There are many differences in the mod that made it more engaging on the way up. Yeah, I'm not necessarily like looking to get respawned at the base. I don't think. I feel like that can be nice. Like, at most, I want it where it's at on this server, where it has to meet certain qualifications, and it's more of an in-game thing. But I'm not tied to being able to respawn your base in any way. I think if you make the run-up more engaging and more something that needs to be done to keep your base in good condition, or whatever, then respawning at your base doesn't even really need to happen at all. I know that'll never happen in these DayZ mods, but I'm talking about a game that, a whole new game that gets to be set in whatever universe it wants and set whatever rules it wants. I think I don't immediately have any ideas. It's something I need to think on a bit more, I think, because some people have talked about, like in Rust, where your base degrades and you have to keep putting supplies into it to keep it from degrading. I don't like that system, personally. To me, that feels much more of a chore. I feel like there's maybe a way that you could do the looting on the way back up that feels rewarding and make it be something people want to do. Although I've also said you could do the base degradation thing in a different way that doesn't feel so like shitty. Especially in a game like this one where you have zombies, you could have you know, however you'd want to structure it. Like zombies could occasionally show up to your base and start tearing down your front door or whatever, and you got to go out and kill them and then rebuild the damage. I think that's an interesting way to do the same thing, but make it feel like it fits the world and it didn't just, oh no, my base is just randomly, slowly disintegrating for no reason, you know? That feels shitty. But if you literally visually see and hear something attacking your base and there's damage because of it, that's much different. Also, I think that the whole wide open raid timers is a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. So if I was creating one of these games, I would have built-in raid timers for sure. into the base version of the game. I don't know the best way to go about that because obviously some, people play at different times. In just the base version of the game, at the end of the day, you would hopefully have custom service where people could dial in those raid timers to whatever they wanted. But in a base version of the game, where you got to try to keep everybody in mind, I'm not sure the best way to go about that. But you could probably come up with creative ways to handle that as well. Also, I'm probably just gonna set this on a planet where it's like tidally locked with the sun or some shit, so it's just always daylight. Literally easily explained. Good to go. And then in that case, you could also even make the night areas almost like little mini raids where you go in, you're prepared, you're going in with night vision, whatever. And you're going into these areas to get like high-end material or something. These guys have a car. They've been on today. I don't know. You get to talk about like stuff like this and ideas start flying and it just seems so easy to have a much more engaging world, and to me it seems like it's very easily proven that a good fleshed out game in this like literally created a genre. I just started spitballing ideas and already I'm just like, holy shit, that's kind of the game that I want to play. That sounds badass. And I just started. It's alright, guys. I'm just going to have AI create this whole fucking game for me. And do everything we need. And then we get to play the game we all want to play. And we get to stop waiting around on somebody to create the damn thing. Oh, shit. I bet this is all... Yeah. Yeah, it is all looted. 2 chopper crashes and a convoy over here. Unlucky. Oh, I see a play right now. He is literally aiming at me. What do we got here? Okay. We got a little bit of ammo. I don't see this guy anymore. Where the hell did he go? Oh, I see him. I think he might be pushing me. Let's pause this. Oh, he's still up in the woods. The fact that I have this red shirt on is not helpful. Can I see him now? Is he gonna go? Is he moving toward the convoy? He's slowly moving in on the convoy. Okay, he's running out to it right now. I think there are zombies around. And he's gonna have to fight, which might buy me a little time to get closer. If he's not paying attention. Not having armor is a little scary. I don't know how geared this guy is. don't understand how that guy was shooting right through the trees, exactly where I was at. Weird. Okay. I'm ready to not play this game already today. McDonald's has launched a pro gamer menu that comes with a gadget designed to stop players from going AFK mid-game. The device, called Archie, clips between the controller's sticks to keep your character moving while you eat. But it's only available in Turkey. Dude, what? Oh no, here comes the never-ending cycle. Hey, we made it. Okay. Let's run again. My favorite thing to do. Man, oh man, oh man. Finally, Friday. Finally, Friday. We did it. We did it. You know, we should finally Friday just crack open some alcohol and get incredibly drunk at 2 p.m. That'll make DayZ a lot more bearable. I'm in. Day drinking is always the answer. Wow. You guys are bad influences. Incredibly bad influences. Well, I would listen to Cal sell me the new Google glasses because I'd love to hear about them. Or sorry, Apple glasses. So if he's selling me anything, let's start there. From what I've heard, he's a great salesman. I don't know if I've ever had Cal seriously try to pitch me on something. So I'm not, I mean, I assume that the thing about being a good salesman, I think most of it is being intelligent. I know that Cal is intelligent, so I assume that he could figure out a way to be a good salesman. I just don't know that I've ever experienced that before from him. All right, later, Techie. All right, hang on. I gotta break out the lint roller. Try to get the hair off this mouse pad. Never own a dog or a cat or a llama or any pet ever. They are there to get hair in your mouse pad. That's their entire life existence. There's just like a million hairs in this mouse pad. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get them all. I'll have to sit down with a pair of tweezers or something sometime. Well, at least we have food. I kind of feel like I just can't operate a keyboard properly. I just must be completely incapable of positioning this keyboard in a way that I can hold shift all day and not cramp the hand out or cramp the hell out of my hand. Unless, maybe, I had a triple space bar. Let's see. What if we put... this here. So we're not hitting that. So my thumb never has to go over there. The next thing would be moving my crouch key. In this case, where would I put my crouch key? Like in, maybe? That seems very weird, but... could maybe work. Hmm. Oh, is there no one based in this town? There usually is. 2 or 3 bases here. I can sneak down to the well and actually drink and not die. Maybe. Wow. Now the question will be, is that how the first Apple glasses will be, or is that what the announcement will be? Maybe the announcement comes out that that's what's coming, but what's available currently will be a more affordable, lower feature version that will be available this year quickly, that mostly just has the camera, a little bit of AI functionality, nothing too insane. Maybe they don't get announced this year. Man, there's no way. There's no way that at minimum they don't announce a product that doesn't release this year. At least that's the bare minimum. Like, what's the longest that's gone between the official Apple announcement of a product and its actual release date? Like, to me, that seems pretty feasible that Apple would announce a product this year and release it next year. At least. I guess my question will be, what is Apple going to do different than other people? Because that's what's made Apple so good in the past. Because they were doing things different that set their products apart. What are they going to do different with their glasses that makes it a product you feel like you have to have? Or is it literally only going to be this product exists in the rest of the ecosystem of our products, and because of its flawless connection between the rest of the ecosystem, that's why you want it, which to me is a fucking shitty selling point. I think 2 years. We had a product that was announced. We waited like 18 months. Then we canceled it. Okay. Yo, what's up, Ninja's Hiding? How you doing? I'm guessing we got a preview of the glasses this year. That makes sense to me. A lot of people were saying that they'll be launching a product this year, which to me seems like that could be a possibility as long as it's just an early product, which is just Apple glasses with speakers in them and a camera on it and be able to connect it to your phone. You know, just simple level shit without any, maybe even full Siri functionality is only through your phone or something. That seems like something Apple could pull off pretty quickly. But a full-on AR experience, surely they can slap some fucking images together of what that experience is that they want it to look like and show it off and say this is coming. But to me, I want to know what they can do that'll be different. Because everyone's doing that, and it seems like it'd be really tough to do something different that other people haven't maybe already thought of or announced or whatever. So I'm excited to hear that thing specifically. What sets it apart? What makes me want to buy it? Because I think that's become less and less of a thing as time has gone on with Apple products. What's up, Mr. Big? Like, for instance, I look at my AirPods, and one of the most important parts of glasses will be its functionality with other new technology. So I can really do some things that are kind of outside the box with these glasses. So it needs to be able to function with other technology well, and that's, like, for instance, the AirPods are absolutely terrible about that. The functionality with other products is just incredibly bad. So it would suck if they choose to limit it again. I understand that AirPods thing is a little different because it's not like your... I mean, it's almost always just going to go just straight on attached to your phone. But the occasional people that would want to attach it to a PC or something, you know, they just don't really get to have that experience. And that literally drives sales away. So I hope they see that the situation is different, where this is going to be a new technology that needs to be able to, for it to really blossom and become what it's meant to be. It needs to be able to connect and to maybe something that we don't even know exists yet or doesn't exist yet. So somewhere else that boosts this, that takes things to the next level. Why do big streamers have to put such dumb titles in their stream? Fluff a fan Friday. Grown man wrote that. Are we 12 years old? I guess I'm becoming a grumpy old man. Well, I mean, some of that stuff is going to be just inside jokes with people in their channel. Their viewers, you know. Also, you're going to look at somebody like Peanut who does a lot of that kind of stuff. And then people always look for people to emulate whoever the biggest streamer is. So you're going to see more and more and more people try to copy Peanut. You're going to see more VTuber fruits and veggies and objects. You're going to see more people making up like fake voices like that. You're gonna see more people going that route because he's successful at it. The thing is, most of those people don't realize he became big because he was different, right? He wasn't a follower doing those things. He did them and he was different. This is just always the way that anything like this works. People see something that's successful and they feel like they just have to copy it. Because in a lot of cases, they're not creative enough to do something different on their own. And also at the end of the day, I mean, look at what I have in my title right now. The DayZ 2 thing. What line in the sand are you gonna take, you know? To me, some clickbaity stuff in the title of someone's stream is pretty harmless. But do you really want to go like to basically a lot of it is also like you're gimping yourself because you don't want to cross certain lines, right? Like for me, I'm not intentionally view botting up to some number or whatever. Whenever, if I did, it's undeniable that if I was view botting, it would lead to more success, right? So in a way, I'm gimping myself because that's the line that I'm not going to cross. But how far down do streamers take that? Are they going to be like, no, I'm not doing clickbaity titles? Well, unfortunately, you're holding yourself back a lot if you don't. So then, you know, how far down, how far stubborn, or how stubborn do you want to be on I'm not doing that thing that very clearly works? Now, plenty of people can do that and may have good points, but I think everybody's line is a little different. What's the word on a DayZ 2? We got basically the most legit confirmation without an official announcement that we could get yesterday. Basically, there's no reason not to believe that DayZ 2... Like, DayZ 2 is a real thing. We just put it that way. Trademark. Yeah, I'm not in any way excited about a DayZ 2, but hopefully they will change my mind. Yo, what up, King Tyler? What's the problem? Yeah, we went into a long discussion about it. I kind of don't want to do it all again today. We went into a long discussion about it yesterday. Basically, my just not being satisfied with this game. And now already committing to another one. I don't know where this person is. They ran by. They're over here somewhere. Holy shit, every zombie in the game is after me. I heard an AKM round gun and I knew I needed to go out and try to get it. Because we have a lot of ammo to use for one of those. Okay. Sort all this mess out real quick. Could go grab his CZ too. Should have got a real knife. Some beans. take this. We can take these. Could take that as well. Will it get damaged? Worn, hell yeah. We're in business. Alright, let's put this... Actually, you know what? We'll put this away. And then we will paint this really quick. This is full. So we definitely want a rangefinder. Go ahead and eat this. We can hang on to the pistol. I doubt I keep it though. Go eat some pumpkins. Then we gotta fertilize and replant. Okay. Time to eat. Actually, let's just grab all these and move them. A little safer spot to eat. Alright, we'll just use this bone knife until it's ruined. Which I imagine won't be much longer. There it is. Okay. We're replanted. Is it time to go? I need 20 pumpkins. AKA just whatever we've got in our inventory. I do need to go get a real boy knife, though. Also, probably another mag if we've got it. Yeah, mag. Knife. Alright, we'll eat this. Fill up our canteen. Drink a little bit and we'll be on the road. We might not even get to drink any. Yeah, I'm not even looking for any certain level of loot. I just want people to die whenever I shoot the shit out of them. Today. That's all I'm asking. People, please die appropriately. I'm a simple man. I feel like I'm not going into the gas nearly as much, which it kind of makes me sad a little bit. I'm not sure what would actually change that. Because it seems like the closer to the gas that I would get on either zone, Lopatino over here, it's going to be less PvP. But I need to get away from these fucking wolves, so I might be back outside Lopatino again next wipe. Those guys have gotten more serious and put up a palisade. I feel like they're not serious enough considering you can just see into their base still and just toss nades in. But, to each their own. Crazy how on a lot of games with building you can really mess it up on a PvP server. You mean as far as like if you don't build correctly, people can raid you easily? Yeah, well, a lot of people are just casual players, so they don't, and newer, so they don't know. They only learn through experience. Get raided, and if do they really think why they got raided, or do they just say, "Oh, I got raided," and then kind of give up or not worry about it? The people that are wanting to improve the base or something are going to think it out, like, what led to me getting raided? What may have made it easier on them? And also, if you are someone that does raiding, you get to see how other people build their bases and what made it easier for you and what you can avoid. Okay, someone is definitely... actually, I take that back. They may not have been here. I can't remember if I closed that on my way out or not. Do need some pants. There's some temporary pants. M16 we don't need. Oh god. Well, here comes every zombie in the game. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, is that a shirt? Stick with the darker pants for now. Maybe we can go over and find some hunting pants. Now, I'm surprised that they don't try to make the whole base thing more of a genre. And I mean specifically with raiding in mind. Rust has made it successful enough, or shown that a lot of people enjoy that style of gameplay, so. Yo, what up, Mito? How you doing? Beep, 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 beep. How are you doing? See what? Where was it that I went a second ago and died at? It was right here, I think. All right, everything's gone. Alright, we need pantalones. To match our jacket. Do I think it should be harder to raid? No. At least not on this server. They will fix every bug in DayZ too. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. Just like they fixed every bug in Arma 2. And then fixed every bug in Arma 3. And then fixed every bug in DayZ. And then fixed every bug in Reforger. I saw a player over here, by the way. And gonna fix every bug in... Oh, this guy has nothing. Okay. Arma 4. Just buy one more tank and it fixes all the bugs. True. Very true. Well, maybe go to the airfield. What secrets does the Northwest Airfield hold? Oh, I'm hearing shots. The secret of death. Yo, what up, Julie? How you doing? Maybe if I lived, or if I based closer to the airfield, I would also spend more time down in the bunker and stuff. Hell yeah, Julie. Hell yeah, part of the mini subs was Calendel swooping in with a 100 gifted subs to seal the deal. All right. Yeah, maybe we should spend more time down in there. I guess it was the other server that I have the night vision on, huh? That'd be a real nice one. Go down night vision only, then that way no one even knows you're there. Just readjust how we acquire our loot. Because if we play it that way, then we could just go to Cabinino. I don't even have to worry about the gas. I just don't know how consistently good or bad the bunker is. Like, we've gone a couple times. I don't remember anything insane, but I've also been into the gas before and basically get nothing, so. What's up, Chief Freddy? optic we don't need. What was this? Vest we do not need. There's a bag. Good on bags. Okay. I don't know how poppin' or non-poppin' the server's gonna be on a Friday night, to be honest. I swear sometimes it's crazy and sometimes it's just dead. Okay, I think we have a bag back at the base that we could put that on. Little 5.56. Oh. Should I rush to that? Almost sounded at the tents. Alright, boys, I'm coming. I'm a little slow. Wait for me. Wait for me. Want another steak? You about to do round 2 on old Texas Roadhouse? Hey, that's part of being an adult right there. You do whatever the hell you want. You earned it. Paying with your own hard-earned money. Okay, that sounds a little further away. I don't know if that's the same people or not. Sounds like they moved a little bit, if so. Seemed like around ATC, maybe. Still fighting? Okay. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm almost always going steak and shrimp with baked potato and green beans. Oh, 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 oh. Sounded closer. Sounded closer. Hang on, I gotta kill every zombie at the airfield on my way. Now, are people camping ATC? Oh, what's going on here? Will you please die? Thank you. Am I blind? Where did this happen? No way. This guy just moved at the perfect time. Oh my God. How sad. My God, this ping stuff is just starting to get so miserable, man. Oh. Just unloading rounds into a guy that's sprinting. And he still is able to just stop and kill me in one bullet while getting just fucking dumpstered. Oh my God, it's just fucking miserable that it's just day after day of the same trash. And now I can't even say go play on the NA server because it's doing just as bad. Performance is just as bad over there. So it's just fucking damned if you do, damned if you don't. What do you say is the main thing to look for when searching for a place to set up a base? Just putting it close to the things you want to do. Well, we have got a long way to go on healing up. I may wander around town and see if there's any clothing that we can get. Since I can't exactly go out on, go out and run around right now. Respawn in my bag. Okay. Damn, dude, this game is getting damn near unplayable. I'm really just very unsure of what the hell to do. It might just be time to find some new servers to play on. Just consistently dying to people that I shouldn't all day long every day is just mentally just destroying me. Well, it's not been until this wipe that it's been extremely bad. Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that, Mr. Big. It's been fine for mini wipes. Then Tin's run would go hard. With as broken as the game is when it comes to zombies and stuff, to me, something like Intinge, I just have zero interest. If they weren't so terrible, 100%. Sounds like a lot of fun. But if I'm going to play like PvE, basically, I'm definitely not going to do it on one of the games with the worst possible PvE experiences, you know? Keyboard came in. Hell yeah. Make sure you're going into the settings and you're turning on your rapid trigger and SODC, SOCD. One of those. Those are the real, like, very powerful settings that you get the keyboard for to begin with. So make sure you turn them on. Okay. Got a jacket and some gloves. At this point, like, the ping and things are just so bad, I don't even know where to aim anymore at these people. Ever consider a no-base server? Yeah, I played that for 4,000 years, you know? Just don't really have any interest in it anymore. Actually, might as well eat more pumpkins. Or a pumpkin, looks like. Alright, actually we got plenty of seeds downstairs. Oh wait, no, it's all planted, just needs to be watered. Do I have any... At least some water needs to get out. Let's just do it this way. All right. Pumpkins will now be growing. We're back to white health. We can go die in a fucked up ping situation again. I'm ready. Ready. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? What are you doing, Mr. Jax? What do you think about wolves? What do you think about those wolves? Huh? What do you think about those? If these wolves are on me, this shows you how fucking stupid this is. I've literally just been sitting here doing nothing. So let's hope they're on someone else outside. What do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about those wolves? Oh, hop down. Hey, look, they're on me. Hopefully you guys can see now why I say this shit is broken and stupid. Third pack of wolves already today. And I've literally done nothing but I was just sitting in my base. Okay. Grab a pumpkin for the road and get out of here. Oh, never mind. I forgot. Then they're still growing. Yo, what up, Blaze? How you doing? I'm thinking, I don't know if we would do Cabanino or Lopatino. Maybe we do Lopatino base again next wipe. Or maybe I'll get a job at McDonald's next wipe. Rapid trigger on, yes. And I can't remember if it's SOCD or SODC. Basically, you want to put that on A and D, and then A and S. If you do McDonald's, let me know if you get an employee discount. Yeah, I will, for sure. Yeah, I'll be passing that out. Oh, you want a hat and a shirt as well, Jimmy? Okay. I can get that. Oh, I see a player who has absolutely nothing. What is he looking at? He's just sitting behind a hay bale right now. Okay, never mind. He kept going. He almost looks like he might be a sleeping bag baby. Oh, he's running toward the airfield. That's exactly what happened. He's a sleeping bag guy. If that's the case, I don't think I want him to make it. He's just trying to sleeping bag back to his gear at the airfield. We may need to try to cut him down. Alright, he's dead. Well, those are easy shots. That was nothing to get excited about, guys. There's a guy that has 0 fucking gear running straight away from me. Yeah, I normally definitely want to let people go that I don't have anything, but that guy was very clearly running back to the airfield to get gear that he probably died on. His buddy's probably covering his body. May even be the same group that I fought, so... Nah. We'll cut that down. We'll stop that. What's the cooldown on sleeping bag? Once it's used, it has a 3-hour cooldown. Oh. We are piling up ceramics over here. You coming in or what, buddy? Sleeping bags do have a certain number of uses, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try to fix my gloves really quick. Oh wait, never mind. I died on my character that had the sewing kit. Never mind. We need a better jacket, so maybe we can find one over here. I want to see chopper smoke. Maybe we can go to that. Get a little stuff. Might as well dump these rounds into this mag. Is the mag in? It is now. Oh, good thing I picked up that weapon cleaning kit. Wait a second. Okay. Give me a jacket. Take that too. A lot of the clothes that were here a second ago are gone. I wonder if they despawned or if they... got picked up by somebody. Alright, we need to check this back house really quick and then we can go check the chopper. Code lock back here. Mosin compensator. Nothing too crazy otherwise. I wonder if the people in any of these bases over here already looted this. Finally got some nice sun today here in the Great White North. 70 and sunny, clear skies. That sounds like a great, great, great day to me. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Although, I like it even more if it's a little bit warmer even. Like 75. I'm even down with some 80 or 85 as long as there's like a tiny bit of a breeze blowing. Ideal. Okay, I'm seeing chopped trees over here. Someone trying to base in this red house? Yes, they are. I see the door. Give me this. I need that. I wonder if I can see them up in there. I'm guessing they're not actually on anymore since this chopper's here, but... maybe? I don't immediately see anyone. Let's get a mag topped off. We'll move this down and this down. There we go. Did a bit of barbecuing, huh? That sounds pretty tasty. That sounds pretty tasty. New items arriving at Taco Bell April 16th. Triple double crunch wrap. What the hell is... what do you mean triple double? Diablo dusted crispy chicken nuggets. And Zab's chicken ranch nacho fries. Zab's ranch. Just more garbage. Taco Bell's fucking dead and they need to stop trying to be a chicken nugget restaurant. Just be a goddamn taco place with nice cheap burritos too. Jummy, you're letting the food poisoning speak too loudly. Well, anyone getting a crunch wrap is insane to begin with. There are way better things on the menu than the crunch wrap. They've discontinued every good... Very nice. Oh, this game. Oh, it's so miserable. I love when people get rewarded for making a bad shot. That's my favorite thing in video gaming. Wait, does Taco Bell not have the Baja sauce anymore? Oh, replaced it with spicy ranch. They took it away from me a long time ago. Dude, I don't know. To me, you saying that those are the best items on the menu, I'm just like, man, I can't agree with that. Oh, wait, are you trying to say for the price as well? Because I was going to say, why don't you just order a grilled stuff? Why don't you just make your own grilled stuff burrito? You can't? Yes, you can. It's just beef, rice, beans, cheese, sour cream, guac, and fiesta salsa. So just get those things and have them grill it. Oh, it also had the Baja sauce. Wait, are you sure? Wait, so then you just need to rephrase what you're saying. That Taco Bell needs to bring back Baja sauce. Because that's what you really like. Wait, they have it on Amazon. Why don't you just get it on Amazon and then go to Taco Bell, get what you want, and put it on there? Oh, it doesn't taste the same? No, you don't take it to Taco Bell. You go to what you're already doing. You go pick it up and you bring it home and then just put it on there. What are you doing, buddy? Buddy, calm down. Tell us you're fucking with us, Jummy. Holy shit. Dude, we just need to just get me in the kitchen at Taco Bell. I'll make you the best fucking meal you've ever had, Jummy. I know how to make the good shit. It's weird because I'm assuming it's supposed to be a cat, but it looks like a rat. Buddy, you are needy right now. You're a needy little boy. You're a needy little boy. Guys, this game is going to cause me to start drinking today. I'm just going to let you know that. I'm actually coming to a lot better terms with the fact that it's actually not me. Like it is me as well. That's just a grumpy old bitch. But also, this game puts me in such a fucking shitty mood every single day. Like I can start in like a great mood and it immediately shits on it and pisses me off. So whenever we find a game that I'm actually having fun with, the stream is going to get a lot better. Actually kind of makes me happy. Because I thought for a while, I kind of lost myself. And then I was like, damn, I am a miserable piece of shit. Mardi Gras mustard and the fried onion thing is amazing. I'm happy. I mentioned that yesterday. I literally mentioned that, putting it on it yesterday. Why'd you wait until now? Here's my thing with the fried onion, the bloomin' onion. To me, it's just too much onion, and I know that people love that. Will want the big version, but I don't want that much fried onion personally. I wish they had like a miniature version with like in the app sampler. Like give me a mini version and then some of the like rattlesnake bites and potato skins. And then I'll be good. But also makes me mad because Texas Roadhouse, even though I like them a lot, their potato skins are fucking terrible. Like as in it's the shittiest potato skin you've ever seen with a piece of melted American cheese on it or something. Don't get me wrong, I eat them and I still enjoy them because it's kind of one of those things. It's like there's no such thing as like a pizza that I won't eat. I'm still gonna enjoy it. It's just gonna be like the worst version, you know, kind of thing. And potato skins are one of the most underrated appetizers ever, for sure. Especially because not many places have them, so you don't really even get to have them that often. Didn't try those? Yeah, I would skip on those, even though I still get them because always get the I'll get the appetizer sampler with they call them snake bite or rattlesnake bites, but they're just balls with cheese and like chopped up jalapeno inside. So it's those, and then I get the potato skins and I get wings. And the wings are really, really tiny little morsels, but it makes for a good little variety. I forget, someplace does really, really, really good potato skins. But I don't remember where from. The rolls in Cinnambutter were insane. Yep. That's one of the main reasons everyone goes there. It was literally that. The cinnamon butter. That's the only time where I'm like, okay, I'll have a roll. Where if it's like, we're busting out some crazy shit to put on it where it's either the cinnamon butter or more importantly, even better, doing apple butter or molasses. Now we're entering my territory. I haven't been... Wait, TGI Fridays is gone, right? I can't remember if I ever had them at Outback. Someplace did them really, really good. I don't remember where. Maybe it's Outback. Yeah, I don't know if they still have their frozen snacks or not. I basically almost always skip that aisle. whenever I shop for food now, so I haven't seen it in a long time. Because that aisle has all the shit that, I mean, stuff that I would like, but I won't allow myself to eat, you know? It's gonna have Hot Pockets, it's gonna have all that shit down there. Avocado egg rolls from Cheesecake Factory. I've never had those. I've only eaten at Cheesecake Factory like 2 or 3 times. New ownership is trying to get them to grow back to 1,000 locations. I mean, surely they can make it work. Used to work for an advertising firm. We made takeout menus for restaurants across the nation. We sold ad spots on the border of menus to local biz. I contracted Texas Roadhouse to do their takeout menu in '99 when they only had 66 locations. I got a fat bonus from my boss for getting that contract signed for a 3-year run. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's funny because Jonathan and I used to argue with Bashy a lot over Texas Roadhouse. We were always like trying to get him to go, and he didn't want to go. He's like, "No, if I wanted to eat at a place like that, I'll just go to Taco Bell." And we were like, "No, come on, man, trust us." He was like, "No, that place is gonna suck." Finally, once we started doing the airsoft stuff, we were going, and he was like, "Okay, you guys are right." To be fair, it is one of those where you gotta like manage your expectations. But if you go in with like the right level of expectations, Texas Roadhouse is good. Like, for instance, I don't know. I'm trying to think of other places across the U.S. because I know there's a place called like Longhorns where I would say something like that would be a little bit like a step above, a more serious kind of, not like a full-on sit-down fancy steak place, but definitely a sit-down steak place. If you put Texas Roadhouse in the same category as something like Applebee's or something, with that, you go in with that level of expectation, you're gonna actually enjoy it, I think. Or even Outback, yeah. Outback might be, man, I'd have to. Outback is probably better than Texas Roadhouse. Maybe. Man, it's been so long since I've had it. I'm not sure. I'd have to try it again. I would say that because Outback is probably more serious about their steaks than Texas Roadhouse is. But you got more variety and such with Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, exactly, Cal, yeah. Yeah, they definitely season you up over there at Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, I guess Longhorns is kind of like an Outback type. Just maybe. Yeah, maybe it's about that same level. I was gonna say maybe just a slight bit above an Outback. I get even more focus on the steak itself. Wait, can you get asparagus at Outback? Maybe that's the real way you determine whenever you've entered into at an actual serious steak place if I can order asparagus with my steak. Dude, I fucking love getting asparagus with my steak, so. Does Outback have it? It does have asparagus, okay. Well, asparagus for sure. Steak, asparagus, and some form of potato. That's the fucking good shit right there. That's the good shit. Usually like a baked potato. Maybe I should get Outback tomorrow. Yeah, you gotta give them the real head to head. I don't even remember if they do for sure have potato skins, but if they do, I would say that it was Outback that had the good ones. Or at least to me. No more fried onion. No, I've had enough now. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I never order that thing there because of that. Like, if I'm in a group of people that wants it, then I'm like, okay, well, that's nice. I can just get like a couple pieces, but it's just too much to get a whole giant one. Dude, I've been seeing more and more actual chain restaurants shutting down. I don't know if that's an Austin thing or what, but I saw a Wendy's shut down just recently. I saw an Applebee's shut down recently. I don't. Quality keeps going down. Prices keep going up. A lot of folks are poor. Yeah. Not a good time to be a mediocre ass overpriced chain. Yeah, true. I mean, to be honest, it's probably just not a good time to be in the food business in general. The only way you could probably make it work is when you have really, really good shit and you're charging prices that you to say that you know you got good shit. Yeah, I think we won't see a return of mom and pop places. Who knows, maybe ever again. Yeah, this song was on, it's called Space Flight by Ephants. This song was on some of the, like, chill wave playlists on YouTube. That's where I first heard it. Well, honestly, I'm curious to know how places like, you know, the very high end steak places and stuff like Ruth's Chris and stuff like that are doing. I wonder if they're getting to a point where they've almost all got to shut down. Or like, I guess here in Texas it would be Fleming's. Like, rich people are still going to go and eat there. But you probably have less and less and less just normal people doing like a anniversary celebration there or that kind of thing. Which is a pretty big deal. They shut down the South American steakhouse I really like. Oh, shit. The only South American steakhouse places I know of are just straight up like the Brazilian places that just shovel meat into your face until you die. It's like Fogo plus 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 plus. Oh, really? Okay. There are a few places here in Austin that are like doing the same thing as Fogo, but like just slightly better quality. It's been a long time since I've been though. Dude, I can't even remember last time I went out to eat. Like, went out, sat down somewhere and ate. Whenever you're single, you don't do a whole lot of that. I pick up food to go eat by myself while my dog stares at me. Yeah, 100%. That's the rest of us. The dog's like, yo, do I get to try some of that or what? Or what? Remember, we're best friends. Remember? Best friends share all their great food with their best friend. Does Joey talk about anything other than food? We talk about food a lot because it's a great way to be happy. In a world full of World War III and everything's going to shit, we can unite on food. Everybody loves food. Even if it's extra leaded dino nuggies. I mean, what else is there to talk about other than food? Because if you talk about anything else, it just turns into sadness. Food is it. Food is the last refuge we have. I am currently working on putting together this chill wave playlist. So we may just listen to this for many, many days ahead while I slowly just pile songs in. Food is the only subject you can disagree on and not start a fight. Is gaming there? I feel like gaming might also be in that category, but Yeah, very few in there. I can start a fight, and I have several times here. Well, hang on. What? There's a difference between a verbal fight and a fist fight. Yeah, I mean, politics or religion or... What's the other one that everyone says to not talk about at family gatherings? No, that's politics. Politics, religion, and something else. Those are things where people are gonna actually start fucking fighting. Sex? Nah, definitely not aliens. Nobody's fighting over aliens. Best response to when you're having kids is, when are you gonna die to make room for the kids? When are you gonna die and give me your money so I can use it to raise kids? Beans or no beans? I like both. I like both. I will say that most of the time, like, beanless chili is a better, like, topper on things. Like, for instance, if you do, like, chili dogs or something. But if you're eating chili just by itself as a meal, I usually want the beans in. All right. Speaking of food. God damn it. Alright, let's eat some of this before my health gets any lower. Wait, hang on. I almost always get all my snack news from Dexerto, so I'm gonna scroll through here and see if there's any new snack news that I need to be interested in. Nothing's jumping out right now. Oh, wait. Did you guys see this about the butter chicken taco? Butter chicken taco is releasing in the US later this year after a fan vote from Taco Bell. That seems like that could be pretty damn good. Oh, so we're going to have, Taco Bell is going to start having chicken nuggets and French fries and Indian food. So now we need Taco Bell to get some kind of Asian food, and then we're on the right path. Ranch Dorito chicken nuggets and buttered chicken Indian tacos before I can get a goddamn grilled stuffed burrito. Hey, but what are we gonna do when we got some kind of like gochujang nachos coming through or something? You know, like I mean, you got to start coming around to Taco Bell then. You got to start coming around at that point. I know that shit would not be fired, dude. I told you, probably the best nachos I've ever had in my life. There's a bar here in Austin that serves them called K-pop nachos, and it's gochujang nachos, and they're insanely good. Yo, Mr. Big, dropping a gifted sub today out to Dobbs. Paying forward the gift they got from Incoler out to Dobbs01. We got a gifted sub. We got a gifted sub. Gifted sub. Gifted sub. What do you know about gifted subs? What do you know about gifted subs? Gifted sub. Thank you, Mr. Big. Appreciate that, my dude. Appreciate that, my dude. I would get that, but not from Taco Bell. But what if they pull it off? And what if it's good? Just saying. Just saying, man. They won't. They pulled off the nuggets. They pulled off the fries. They've got a pretty good record going so far. They had the poblano rolled quesadilla. Those things were fucking awesome. I've seen those nuggets. They look like burnt turds. Doesn't matter what they look like. It matters what it tastes like. And if burnt turds taste like that, then I've been eating wrong my entire life. You've been eating burnt turds your whole life? I'm saying I should have been eating burnt turds my whole life. If they taste like those chicken nuggets. My boss brought in his Frenchie today. Dog is super cool. Oh, doglets. How's your prep for the Milsim stream? It's coming along, but I'm hitting some fucking snags. I'm dealing with the support team behind the unlimited IRL stuff to see if I can get it figured out. I feel like it's only just like it's not that big a deal, and I'll be fine. It's just some annoying stuff. Nothing's ever easy. Yeah, nothing can ever be easy. Thankfully, the last major snag behind my airsoft gun itself seems to be in today and good to go. So, at least all of my normal gear seems like it's going to be up and operational. And that's good considering the whole... I redid the whole damn thing. Let me know when would be ideal to get that tested. Okay. I definitely will. It's, there's some SIM card issue stuff, unfortunately. So I literally can't even test it yet. I mean, I could test it, but it would just be off of my Wi-Fi, which would be like... We already know that works, right? So, kind of useless. Okay, sounds good, Jummy. If I'm not just completely hungover and useless because this game has driven me to be an alcoholic. Drink water Saturday night. I've already forgotten the puking and the misery, so perhaps drinking is back on the menu. Hell yeah. Yo, the key to the whole puking thing is if you know you're gonna puke, even though it's really fucking hard because you really don't want to, if you think there's a pretty damn good chance that you're gonna puke the next day, just throw up the night when you're drunk. Just fucking good old fingers down the throat, straight into the toilet. You wake up the next day and you forget that it even happened mostly, and you feel a million times better. You know, I heard this story from Bashy. I have yet to have to try it out myself, but he was talking about how he would force himself to throw up in situations like this. And sometimes he would be struggling and he could not get himself to throw up. And he said the best trick that he found is while you're sitting there gagging into the toilet and the shit that's coming out of your mouth, are like stomach acid and shit, you swirl your fingers around in the toilet and then shove it down your throat. And he said, works every time. There has to be a better way to trick my brain into thinking it's shitty toilet water. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But this is also the guy when one of the first times I came to Austin, we went out and I forget, we ate somewhere and he filled up. He was like extremely full. And we were supposed to go out and drink after that. And he was like, dude, I really want to get drunk. I really want to go out and drink. I'm going to make myself throw up. And I was like, wait, what? So yeah, he went behind for one of the, maybe it's the first trip to Austin. He went behind some building and made himself throw up so he could go out and drink. It's truly the models that have figured it all out, guys. So you eat the food and enjoy it. You get the whole nice, wonderful experience of getting to enjoy the food, and then you throw it up so then you don't have to deal with the consequences of the food. Like, they've really just figured it all out. I love a big meal before booze. Damn, really? Oh, man, I fucking hate filling up before I go out to drink. That shit is just miserable to me. If you do cocaine first, you just won't need to eat. Skip all that. Okay. Nice. Me looking at the money they just threw up on the floor. Yeah. That's why I don't. I've never done that personally, but because it's that, I'm like, damn, I just wasted all that money on food. But man, also going out and drinking in Texas, I mean, I'm sure it's that way in like California and stuff too, but it's fucking incredible. Because if you don't eat a big meal before you go out, you drink, and then you go hit a fucking taco truck late at night. Shoo! That shit is heaven. That is heaven. Yeah, I don't have any problem with the numbers, Mr. Big, but there are a lot of things when it comes, I feel like I burp more and my stomach is a mess as well from like eating a lot. Dude, for real. What is this? Round fucking 30 of the wolves? Just fucking stupid. What a burger after a long night of drinking. Yeah, that definitely deserves a fucking trank. What the fuck? Speaking of burnt turds. Hell yeah, sea greens. Hell yeah. Get some dicks up in you. Mm. Ain't no way anyone gets drunk and wants to get excited about Whataburger. Like, literally, anywhere where you can get Whataburger, you can go get some late night tacos that are fucking a million times better than Whataburger. Or, you know, if you're that set on burgers or something, go to McDonald's. Literally, McDonald's is better than Whataburger. Oh my god, Skibbs is here. Also, like, Whataburger has no upsides. Like, it's also insanely expensive. There's just zero upsides to that place. Just blows me away. For half, you could get the same amount of food for half the price at McDonald's, and it's going to be better. That's crazy that you have all of those positives and your food is still shit. And worse than the heat lamp food. I think you need to evaluate your fucking process at that point. Fake Texan? Yeah, I'm born in Missouri. I'm not Texan. Yeah, I'm definitely not coming here and praising fucking trash ass Whataburger from the nostalgia standpoint. Not McDonald's? Yeah, it's definitely not McDonald's because it's not as good as McDonald's. And I say that as somebody, like, I don't hype McDonald's up at all. But to me, if I go to McDonald's and I can get a double quarter pounder and it's better than any burger at Whataburger, then they got issues. Because that's just kind of the standard of where, like, a good burger... That's like the line. You've crossed into from terrible burgers into, like, at least saying it's a good burger. So that's just like at the very bottom of the line, and you can't meet that, then... Gibbs thinks he can get us with his rage bait. We don't fall for that trash around here, Skibs. Not happening. Okay. Oh god, here come all the fucking zombies. Let's head up to this. Oh, I forgot to grab armor. Let's head up to this train. See if we can get anything like a helmet. No, Skibbs, that's the thing about rage bait. Skibbs does not believe that. He's just trying to get everybody in here all riled up. He's just trying to be a fucking instigator. This is looking like it might not be looted yet. That, like, Whataburger is... I can't even begin. One of the biggest issues of why Whataburger is so trash is because it's so expensive. I can go literally 1-to-1 go get, like, an incredible local smash burger for the same price. You know, at least with McDonald's, it's like, okay, well, it's not some local smash burger. Sure, but it also doesn't cost as much as that. Round 2 on this. Yeah, I'd rather die than get Whataburger tonight. That solves 2 issues for me. I don't eat Whataburger and I don't have to play DayZ tomorrow. Alright, we're gonna get something juicy here. We got any juicy stuff lurking? It's not looking very juicy. It's not looking very juicy. Oh, those are pouches. Juicy enough right there. We do like pouches. We do. I see a car. Does it maybe kind of come up here? I wonder if they saw me. What are the chances they're going to come up here to try to loot this? I wish I would have closed the doors on the train now. We may pass this up, huh? Wait, did one get out? Yeah, one get out. Okay, let's run down. What kind of laggy ass fun that we get to die to this time? Can't wait. So the ideal situation here is we don't shoot the guys. We wrap around the compound, we find the car, and we sit and look at the car. And wait for them to get in, and then we get our free kills that way. So desync and lag and whatever else doesn't affect us. I see one running around right now. I don't know where the car is parked. I see one. He does look very juicy. I see two. They're at the car. Shit. They're driving. No, dude. Are they gonna get away? Are they gonna come back this way and hit the road or what? I thought maybe they might hit the road. Damn, they're going the opposite way. Damn, I just barely missed them. That's a bummer. This fucking guy. This fucking guy. I feel like I didn't get the TTS voice dialed in just quite enough. I think it sounds a little too deep still. Saying I can't pull off a mainly tone? I'm saying the Ask Calendel TTS sounds exactly like you. And that's when the TTS is the best. When it sounds exactly like you. Well, I don't have a helmet or a plate carrier. So I guess maybe we take these pouches back. Heading to Costco, need anything? Yeah, bring me back a hot dog. We like talking about food around here. Guys, it is 5 o'clock. When do we crack open a beer? I feel like this is venturing away from Chillwave, though. Maybe I need to center it back on track. You know what? We'll let it run. We'll let it run. We'll see what's next. Then we'll judge it. Alright, I'm at least skipping the song. We still don't even have gloves. My mannequin's looking a little empty over there. Oh, wait, I forgot. I can... Wait a second. Oh, I did find one yesterday. I just didn't realize it. Okay. Wait, well, what do I have in the other one? That one's all optics. This one's just... Okay, well, let's swap that. Or maybe not. Maybe we leave it as is. Wait a second. I just thought of something. What if we put it in here? Now we're talking. We're nated up. Crack open a DP0 cream. I had them, and I think that I would rather just have a regular DP0 personally. But I cannot be swayed anymore. Zero sugar root beer is the best zero sugar soda. It's gonna take a serious heavy hitter for me to change my mind on this one. It's gonna have to be something pretty fucking serious to change my mind this time. Isn't Jummy blacklisted for a while due to Mardi Gras mustard? Yeah, for sure. For sure. No doubt about that. Yeah. Jimmy's gonna earn his trust, you know, again. I haven't had the blackberry one, but I heard that the blackberry one is very controversial, as in, like, you either love it or you hate it. I'm still waiting on this Sprite Midnight. Still annoyed by that shit. Now we're talking. Have you tried Papa John's Arbor Day Relish? What is it? Just fucking sawdust? What about Crown Blackberry? I'm a vodka and tequila guy. I mean, above those, I'm a beer guy, but... Wait, Jummy, you got any more high noons? Or did you polish off those high noons? Pizza relish. I mean, Arbor Day relish sounds like sawdust. Still a few in there. Oh, shit. A man of restraint. Those were the first I drank in like 2 years. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Only if the situation calls for it. Like, whenever we're charging into our first raid, our first new guild raid on Classic Plus. That sounds like a great time. That would call for it for sure. Well, do we go get more gear? All right, I'm thinking it might be time, guys. It might be time. All right, give me a second. All right. We're doing it. Whoa, I'm coming back to a song that I don't really like the sound of already. Hang on, I'm going to move this song to the end, and we're going to do this. Happy fucking Friday, everybody. I feel powered up again. That's all I needed. Cheers, everyone. Where's Skibbs at? This motherfucker. He finally gets his way. After all this peer pressure, just constantly. This is his fault. Buddy, come up here. Come up here. What are you doing, buddy? Huh? Are you having a good Friday? Are you having a good Friday? You got any big weekend plans? Are you going to go to the dog park? Huh? You going to go to the dog park? You going to the dog park? Huh? Still working hours for me, yeah. Yeah, I hear that. Old Cal living out here in the land between. The land between. What are you doing? Huh? Ooh, I know what you want. You want a treat? Hmm? Oh, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. What do you know about treats? What do you know about treats? Huh? What do you know about treats? What do you know about treats? The old Callendale special. All right, we need gloves and a helmet. Let's see if we can go find those. You're still alive? Wait, oh, Tristan's not here, I don't think. I was going to ask him what his favorite Taco Bell item was. Guys, what's your favorite item ever on a Taco Bell menu? I think I gotta go with, actually, I'm reserving mine because I don't want people to take it, saying it just because I said it. We heard Jummies already. It was the Mexican pizza. God damn it, Cal knows the truth. Cal knows the truth. It's 100% cheesy gordita crunch is the best fucking thing. I'm so glad. Whenever they got rid of it, they kept the ability. You can just order it anyway. And then I guess they eventually just brought it back. Because it is the fucking best. 5-layer burrito. Go-to is a double-decker taco supreme with fire sauce. Damn. See, to me, I feel like double-decker taco people, I can easily convert over to cheesy gordita crunch. That seems like an easy conversion. Just come over to the true best thing ever. Come over to the best side. Nacho Bill Grande with jalapenos. Well, what was that? What was the saying on that one? The jalapeno jokers? Jalapeno jokers. The cheesy gordita crunch is a double-decker taco, but better in every single way. Replace the beans with cheese, adding some sauce, you know, just replacing the outside tortilla with a fucking piece of pita. Too damn good. Maybe I need to learn to make cheesy gordita crunches at home. Maybe that's what I need to do. Tough to find gorditas. What do you mean? Oh, the pita bread? Well, I assume in a place like Austin, I can find it pretty easily. Not saying that is for sure true. But it's an assumption. I assume I shouldn't have too much problem finding pita bread. I mean, well, it is. At least that's exactly what it's called at Taco Bell. It's just pita bread. Yeah. I only say that because of my time in the trenches at Taco Bell. I ran the whole place top to bottom whenever I was younger. Did every job. It's funny because I don't know, that's just always the type of worker I've been, where even if it doesn't matter what job I was doing, I wanted to do a good job. So even when I worked there, I just worked hard. I did a good job. And I turned that place around for sure. The issue was that my sister was the general manager. And some people below me found out because that apparently wasn't allowed to have family members working together like that in the same restaurant. So, they got me fired. They like called into like regional managers and shit and got me fired. And the regional managers were doing everything they could to get me to like move to one of their other stores or whatever. And I was like, guys, you're a fucking idiot, right? You don't expect me to drive 30 minutes to go work at a Taco Bell, right? I guess that's not happening. I'm not driving to a whole nother town to go work at Taco Bell. I'm working at this one because it's here and easy. Costco has good pita. There you go. Easy. Already on the right track, baby. The bosses are probably like, come on, man. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, I will never forget it. It's stuck in my brain forever. Because we had, you know, as any place like that does, you have health and all these inspections all the time. So I would just handle all that shit. Whenever any of that was coming up, I would just turn the fucking place upside down, clean everything. And then they would, basically the days of inspection, I was like one of the only people that they would allow to work. So that nothing got fucked up. The national inspector came through. And he inspects everything, makes sure everything's up to code, make sure you're not breaking any rules, the way you're cooking the food, and everything is all got to be, you know, as it should be, done correctly. And the very last thing he does is go through the drive-through and makes an order. And then he weighs everything out, making sure that everything is portioned correctly and everything. And when I was there, we got one of the best grades possible. He said that I made the best Nacho Bel Grande he had ever had. It was the most perfect one he had ever had. I was like, that's fucking right. Talking about audit? Yeah. Please come take over Taco Bell here. Yeah, that's those are my high-end aspirations. I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna whip up the Taco Bell. Like, listen guys, this place has the potential to be so much better. You just gotta want it. I'm with you, Jummy. I'm with you. I've only had food poisoning twice in my life, and both times came from Taco Bell. Both times. Of course, my sister fucking loved me after that day. I made her job and her bosses extremely happy with that audit that we got. My favorite item from Taco Bell, they discontinued the smothered chicken burrito. I don't think I've ever heard of that. What was it smothered with? Food poisoning. I almost spit my beer out. Red sauce? Tell me it wasn't red sauce. Dude, red sauce is fucking terrible. Holy shit, it's so bad. Don't tell me that's what it was. You literally could pick anything else. Literally anything. From Taco Bell to smother it with, and it would be better than red sauce. Hello, Baja sauce, yeah. Wait, what? Wait. Now I'm confused. What's the sauce in the... I guess it's not Baja sauce. I forget now what the sauce was inside of the cheesy gordita crunch. What sauce inside cheesy gordita crunch? Spicy ranch. I wonder if it used to have the Baja sauce and they switched over to the spicy ranch. I remember the Baja sauce whenever I worked at Taco Bell because they also put that in like the of course all the Baja tacos, anything Baja, but I'm pretty certain they put that inside of the You guys remember the blackjack tacos? The shells that were all black? It's a platter-style burrito filled with premium Latin rice. Well, this is being copied from somewhere. Chipotle sauce, beans with customer's choice of steak, shredded chicken, or seasoned beef. Also topped with red sauce, sour cream, and... Okay, so red sauce. Got it. I don't understand why they got rid of the Baja items. Because they got rid of the Baja sauce. That's why I said all you really want, and the volcano menu. Hell yeah. Definitely remember that. All you want is them to bring the Baja sauce back. Because if they bring the sauce back, then you're going to have the items back. Spicy nacho shell. I don't know that I've ever had that. In the cheesy gordita crunch, but it does sound good. Yeah, I know about the Doritos ones, but they did spicy Doritos shells? I don't think I knew that. Cool Ranch shell is the best. Fight me? Yeah, I will certainly fight you, because people that are all high on Cool Ranch Doritos are... You got issues. Those are just okay. Maybe it's a DoorDash thing. Maybe. I mean... Remember what I was telling you about the... I used to enjoy the spicy McChickens so much. Because whenever I would order them through delivery apps, back in the day, this was a long time ago, I had the option to put white cheddar cheese on. So I put the white cheddar cheese and bacon on, and they were good. And then they stopped allowing that in the app. So it's probably something around the same... Similar thing. In EU, they call Cool Ranch Doritos American flavored. Yeah, I've seen that. It's kind of funny. When in reality, American flavored you'd think would be like a fucking Dorito chip with 40 times the cheese on it or something. Damn near looks like a Cheeto because it's got so much cheese on it. At the end of the day, one of the most iconic things that ever got put onto the Taco Bell menu that almost everybody will have some kind of memory of is the cheesy double beef. Those things... That was a crazy time. cheesy double beef being 99 cents at the time that they were was just such insane value. So damn cheap. Can't fucking take any chances anymore. Shoot the fucking piss out of this guy. Probably ruined everything on his entire body. Alright, 1 second. Let me pause this. Not sure if he has a friend or not. Yo, Pain Dog, thank you for the 67 months, dude. Thank you, my man. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. One moment. Apparently, there's another man over here. I can't tell if I knocked him and he fell through the trees or if he ran. Almost certain I heard him. Damn, he's up there in some like thick cover. I'm just gonna have to run into maybe. Okay. Yo, thank you again, Pain Dog. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, my dude. Thank you, my dude. Hope you're doing excellent. Hope you're having an excellent Friday. You know, I watched an AI interview last night, and I was thinking about you. I'll have to have you watch it. It was really, really good. You may have already even seen it. I'm not sure. Not sure how recent it is. But lots of great information. Think about, man, Payne was wrong about everything. No. Oh shit. Blew the wrong mag. It definitely is discussing more of what we talked about last time. About how I think that the whole AI situation is pretty doomed. And why that's probably the case, kind of stuff. It got me really thinking. Next time that I decide to have some deep dive talk about this stuff, I like to think about possibilities a lot. And it makes me wonder about things that I don't necessarily believe to be. Man, there ain't no way that this body already got cleaned up. What? Am I in the wrong spot? Oh, okay, I'm in the wrong spot. I was like, there's no way. Things I don't necessarily believe, but I like to think about. It really got my mind rolling on a few specific things. I'm having on a pastor to better address Christian questions, so hit me up with any hard questions you got and I will ask. Okay? 100%. So here's one that I thought about last night after watching this video. Now, again, I told you guys I don't necessarily I don't know how to feel about religion or any of these things. I have kind of some feelings, and maybe all of it's true, maybe none of it's true, maybe there's something in between. I think one of the things that annoys me a lot, though, is if I present this question to somebody, they may just say yes and then go off without actually truly believing that. And that's the frustrating thing for me. I feel like I would like a better way to phrase it to like almost trap somebody or get their fuse on something ahead of time. Maybe it's probably a better way to do it. Tease out all their feelings on something and then ask this question. Because what I really am starting to wonder is, do Christians that are very knowledgeable on current technology think it's possible that AI is the Antichrist? But I feel like it's so easy for them to just say yes. So at first, I would want to maybe ask them ahead of time, what are your thoughts on the Antichrist? Who do you think that it would be? Do you think that this is going to be a human? Blah, 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 blah. And then ask them. So I feel like I'm getting a more genuine response. I did already ask him that, and he said no. Wait, you asked him that before the interview? I'll be honest, like any other like hard-hitting question is very frustrating to like talk to people that are like pastors that are deeply religious. Like, as much as anyone that's religious is going to hate to hear me say this, this is how it feels talking to people that are in that camp, that it's like there's always some answer to weasel out of anything, and a lot of it will just be like well, this is just God. And like, it's tough to like reason, like, okay, well, I can't reason with that, and that's kind of like really tough. But he's my foster brother, so I can be real with him, but I will make him explain it more. But essentially, he feels like it's just another tech that people are fearing, like the rest of tech in history. Man, I feel like anybody that gives that kind of answer doesn't actually understand AI at all. Anyone that thinks that AI is just normal tech, just another tech advancement that people are afraid of, doesn't understand AI at all. And I don't understand AI. But this is not like the most basic reason why AI is not like other tech is because it will be the first version of technology that will purely think for itself. You know, whether you like that or not, that's a whole nother discussion, but it's like true, right? The vast differences and changes in the Bible over the centuries, who decides what version is correct? That's another, see, this is why it's tough to actually talk with like very deeply religious, especially people that are very biblical people, like very by the Bible, because they, like, a lot of times they're just going to always go back to, because God wouldn't allow it. You know, that's his word, that's his book. He wouldn't allow it to be perverted, and that's, I don't know any of you guys that watched the first interview I had with Pain Dog. That was what I was referencing in that very first interview. It's like, so the whole world is full of lies. Everyone is lying. It's just lies everywhere, all around you at all times. But for some reason, you just have to believe that this one thing isn't also messed with by the victors of war after war after war after war after war that got to rewrite it, you know? I use it day to day where I work is not a suggestion. We have to use it to increase productivity, and it does reduce mental toil. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's where things are going. You know, whether people are like it or not. Okay, so he's a deep thinker, so he's not just a because the Bible says kind of dude. It'll be good, which is good. I mean, anybody, to me, which we had that, I think that's, I referenced this. I don't know if I referenced this on the pod or no, I referenced this the other night when we were talking, right? Where I said, to me, I think what would any kind of like Christianity or like religion that I would want to be more involved in or a part of wouldn't want to limit your God to a Bible. You're limiting your God to rules and boundaries whenever you do that kind of thing. Which is an easy way for me to say, you know, not this book was written by man and is flawed because of that, right? In my opinion. So then people that could just say, the Bible is a good thing to learn from because it has a lot of good teachings and we can take, you know, moral guidance here and there, blah, blah, blah. I think, but it's not some hard truth and it doesn't define my God. That's the kind of person I feel like I can actually sit down and like have a serious discussion with. Okay, so here's another thought that I had last night, Pino. Let me get another drink, because I need to think how I want to word this question. So give me a second. Okay. So here's another thought I had last night while I was listening to this interview. And this definitely doesn't, I mean, anybody in chat can answer all your feelings on this as well, but this isn't specifically pointed towards him, but you can do that if you feel that it fits any kind of question you'd want to ask. To me, I'm not, again, I don't say this as something that I believe. It's just something that is very, very interesting to think about for me. So if you look at like basically all across time and even in a lot of video games that we play and whatever, there's the whole light versus dark, basically one versus the other. And in this case, it would be God versus Satan or whatever. And I would love to know. Yo, Ledge, after all of the support, Ledge drops over here on Twitch at all times. Literally just dropping gifted subs and a $50 tip. As soon as I said gifted, Jax comes in. Now also becoming a member, which is the equivalent of subbing over on YouTube, guys and gals. I know that most of you aren't on YouTube, but could we get some hearts in the Twitch chat for Ledge extending the support even past Twitch, now even over into YouTube land? Ledge, thank you so much. I know I don't have alerts going on over there, kind of more for a clean experience. So apologies for no alerts, but I do appreciate it very, 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 very much. Thank you, Ledge. Couldn't do it without you, truly. So here's something that I was kind of like thinking through in my head last night that I thought was super interesting. Just a thought. And this goes for more of like the people that believe in a potential simulation or whatever. First of all, I would love to talk to a very knowledgeable physicist on this, because I was wondering, like, what are the possibilities if you were saying that that, let's say, for instance, we do live in a simulation. What are the chances that the weight of things that we haven't been able to describe yet, like dark energy, dark matter, these kinds of things, could literally just be the weight of existing and operating inside the simulation? Is that possible? Which led me into another thing that was super interesting in my head. Like, if AI is actually like the start of AI and the beginning and what led down this path was actually so simple. You know, LLMs and the start of those, and the discovery of that is actually such as like an extremely simplistic thing. It makes me wonder if that means that AI actually is more of an inherent part of the universe and like will be. And it makes me wonder if there is actually, that we will come to find that there is an equation that describes and results in AI, basically, because of LLMs and the weighted, way things are weighted. Like, yo! Holy! What are you saying over there, Mr. Jax? $100 tip, guys. $100 tip coming in from Chronic. Second round of the drinks is on me. Cheers. Okay, well, first of all, we got to say cheers out to Chronic. Cheers to you. Absolute legend. Damn. Guys, now more than ever, something like $100. I think we just get straight to it, right? $100 is way more valuable than it used to be. I think we all know that. So Chronic coming in here and doing something like that, dropping $100, is insanely generous, insanely kind, insanely supportive. Thank you so much, Chronic. I appreciate it more than you will know. Awesome, awesome, awesome people like Chronic keep us going. They keep me and the pup fed over here. They keep a roof over our head. Thank you, Chronic. That's also, I hope that the second round of drinks that I'm drinking does not cost $100. Hopefully I find something a little cheaper than that, because holy. Can you jump up here and say thank you? Come up here. Come up here. Can you say thank you to Chronic? Huh? Can you say thank you to Chronic? Also, people like Chronic keeping food in your bowl, you know that? They keeping food in your bowl. Okay, buddy. Okay, hop down. Okay, buddy. Okay. Okay. Good boy. Hop down. Thank you again, Chronic. Seriously. Insanely kind of you. Thank you very, very, very much. Yes. Yes, Pain Dog. I'm starting to wonder if AI is actually... Dude, what? By the way, good to see you again, Encoler. We had a gifted sub earlier in the stream from Mr. Big. He gifted a sub out to Dobbs. That was a paying it forward. You gifted a sub out to Mr. Big last time you gifted subs, and that person paid it forward and gifted a sub earlier. So I wanted to mention that because I saw that, and next time I wanted to say your generosity branched out. It became even bigger than the original intention. So I appreciate that. Another $100 tip. What do you think about $100, Jax? What do you think about that? What do you think about that? $100 tip. $100 tip. I will match that. Cheers. Guys, we can fucking do better than this. We can fucking do better than this. We can do better than this. Let's get some love in the chat. Friday night. Hell yeah, it is. Guys and gals, can you join me in some spam? I don't care what it is. Doesn't have to be hearts. It can be literally any emote that you have. Matter of fact, I got some of these. I got one of these right here. Holy shit. Again, this is not something to be undersold, guys. $100 is a lot of fucking money these days. A lot. You guys setting a giant chunk of money aside to support the channel and keep things going here. Something that big is... I don't even have the words to describe it. I truly don't. You guys are absolute fucking legends. Thank you very, 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 very much. As you guys know, very, very well by now, I would not be able to do it without you. Thanks for keeping the dream alive here. Thanks for keeping us going. Thanks for everything. Thanks for watching. An old ass man be terrible at games, and you guys are still here hanging out, keeping a good thing going in the chat as well. Chronic and Incola are absolute legends. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I hope you guys have both had excellent fucking weeks, and thank you for making mine. Thank you for making my week and my Friday night even that much more special. So thank you guys. I feel like I need to run home now in the dark. It's time to run home. Wow. Oh, maybe I didn't get a cheers out to Incola as well. Cheers. Cheers, Incola. Cheers. So yes, Pain Dog, to your question, the answer, I'm not saying that that's the case. That's the thought on what I was trying to say is that, yes, maybe that AI is also in the whole discovered and not created. And literally what makes it so universal and easy is because it's literally just wait. It literally can just immediately adapt to your own language. Whoever interacts with it chooses to adopt it and further it because all it is just weighting your own language, right? That's the simplicity of it. It's so simple, and it makes me wonder if AI will be explained in some equation in the future. Anyway, all that aside, that's other thoughts that I had, but one of the more religious thoughts that I had during this, while I was watching this pod, was I mean, I don't know how deep and open-minded this person wants to be in thinking. This is just me, and somebody that's actually religious may not. $50 tip. $50 tip. Ledge, first of all, no, you didn't need to make it match, because you also dropped 10 gifted. You dropped 10 gifted and $50, by the way, yesterday. So no, you didn't need to make it match. Oh, you know that Ledge name well, don't you? Ledge been giving you treats. You know Ledge's name. You know Ledge's name way too well. Ledge with another, after yesterday, 10 gifted and $50 yesterday, another $50, guys. All right, that was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good one. I wish we could somehow set this up into a, maybe it's just better to do it on our own. A predetermined one. Guys and gals, we got another $50. Can we get some fucking hearts in the chat right now? Jax, what do you think about that? What do you think about $50? What do you think about $50? Ledge, thank you so much. Thank you so very, 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 very much. I don't even know what to say. You guys are so generous. Whenever this is coming through, my mind warps back to those of you guys that Chronic and Kohler, Ledge. I don't know if you guys were here, but we kind of recently had a scare of a situation that maybe it's not a big deal to you guys, but it was a big deal to me on a level that most people don't understand. And that was, I've been having some signs here and there that maybe our viewership wasn't legit. And especially because for a little bit there, I don't know why things have changed, but we were kind of consistently hitting 100 viewers and then 120, 140 some nights. And it was starting to make me question things. Little bits and pieces were not kind of lining up, that maybe this would have been view bots potentially or something, you know what I'm saying? And what kind of, there were other pieces I could go on in detail, but I'm going to avoid all that for now. We rated somebody and had 100 viewers at the time and only 40 showed up. Now, I don't know how rating works anymore. And I know that not everyone you have to like opt in and stuff. Like, there are reasons why maybe this was a possibility, but because I'd kind of like in my own brain started piecing together that maybe this wasn't legit, it made me question if it was. And at that point, I was ready to quit streaming. And this was recent. This was like last week. So I had a tough night that night. I'll tell you guys something. We're all shitty people in our own way, and I am a shitty person in many ways. There are many things that I do that I could be better about. But I am not a cheater. Whenever it's important, that's one thing where I can, like, I won't even say that, like, I have the most integrity at all times, but that's one place that is important to me. I'm not gonna cheat to make this work. I'd literally rather quit. So to me, seeing what looked like 100 viewers only be 40 after now we've been back to streaming over a year, to me it felt like, okay, if that's actually the case and we're being viewed by it, I need to just stop. I need to give up. So I did a lot of research. I mean, that was just a bit of an overreaction, and I played this scenario up in my head and convinced myself that it was real, but in reality, apparently it wasn't. I did a lot of research, and I talked it on a stream, and I showed everybody the numbers, and I was monitoring, and it turned out that, I mean, it seems pretty legit. So that was a recent scare of mine. And I think one of the biggest scares of all of that was that we've all been through some shit recently, right? All of us, including me. And as many of you guys have said that, you know, I help distract you from shit going on. It's exactly the same for me. You guys distract me from shit going on in my life too. So honestly, that's the only reason I stream, really. It's just because I missed talking to everybody and chatting. Like, this game pisses me off every single day. I'm hopefully one day I'm playing something different. This game is not why I stream. I stream because of you guys. Because I like talking to you guys and the conversations we have, and it's just a good time to me. And I missed that. So I'm glad that I was able to do it again. But I say all that to say, like, you guys have made a lot of special things happen for me. And continue to do so. Continue to do so all the time. And that was a scary time recently. That yet another scary time that you guys have kind of helped me through. So I just wanted to let you guys know that I appreciate you. It's tough for me because it's like, you guys probably know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this. How relationships can be whenever you start telling the other person that you love them. And then eventually you say it so much that sometimes it's almost like the word love loses its meaning a little bit. It kind of feels that way sometimes, where if I say thank you guys, and then I even go further and try to, I spend so much time like trying to concentrate on this does mean a lot. Trying to remind and like go into, and even the whole process, people can just tune out of me trying to like say this is why it means a lot. That it kind of gets lost in everything. You know what I'm talking about? Hopefully you guys understand where I'm going with that. So truly, you guys have changed my life. You guys are changing it every day. And it means the world. It truly does. You guys even taking a second out of your day to think about what's going on here and swinging by, that's a big deal. Time is money. I'll always remember that saying from WoW. That's time is money, friend. So thanks for spending time here, and those of you guys that contribute on that level to keep things going here. It's not something that I only think about whenever the stream is on. I think about it more when the stream is off. Trust me. Trust me, I do. So, thank you all. So this other thing that I was talking about, my mind was just flying around during this whole podcast about possibilities and interesting thoughts, and the whole light versus dark, God versus Satan kind of line. And it made me start thinking, like, okay, let's just set up a hypothetical saying that we do live in a simulation. Now, whether they're creators or whether they are programs themselves. Like, what? Let's set up this hypothetical that God exists, Satan exists, we're living in a simulation, and maybe they're programs or maybe they are creators, and we are the programs. Maybe humanity as an overall overarching existence is a program, and maybe this is how, like, it's all in just some corner of some machine somewhere. It's all running out. Like, whether if humanity destroys itself or learns to live in collectively together in peace, that's the eternal battle potentially. And whether this program is actually like a successful program or not, or whether it has to be cut and deleted, which could, also explain potentially, multiple universes and stuff. You have the same program running many times over with slight alterations, which would also explain why, a god is not like all good, because he's allowing things like children to starve to death, rape of anyone, murders, these kinds of things, because this all has to be just allowed to play out with, maybe some kind of rules on influence. Which was super interesting to me, thinking about that process. Like, literally, they are potentially like in some kind of, I wouldn't say battle, but like, because maybe it's not a battle. Maybe it's literally just even their programs themselves. There's some kind of program managers running sub programs that are, So that was a very interesting thought to me. About more deeply why it seems to be it's such a challenge for people to just live happily together. Because to me, I think so often, like, it's just so easy. Just do this, whenever a conflict in worldwide comes up, it's just so easy. Why not just do the very obvious good thing for humanity? But obviously people don't always do that, right? There's always bad actors or whatever, people that view things differently. Kinks in the system, potentially, And who knows, maybe that's why something like a universe like that we live in has to be so big, because that's how long it takes the program, you know, that's how long it's been seen to play out in the past, is the fight of humanity not destroying itself, or like living in peace, or how long does it take until humans destroy themselves? And they need all this room to keep it going until you find out those limits. Kind of an interesting thought, I think. Also, if you really, really, really want to know the deep, deep, deep thoughts I had last night when I was thinking this out. This is a weird one because it kind of doesn't make sense, but it was only just a thought, again, possibilities. Not saying I believe it. It's just like, what if? So the thought process that I had was, especially along the lines of AI being it, for anybody that doesn't know much about the Bible, this will be tough to follow probably, but people that do will know things about the Antichrist, things that are prophesied in the Bible that will lead to the Antichrist, blah, blah, blah. Basically, it was like, what if basically the Bible and everything that was going on there was some kind of well, what's a good way to put this? You guys have probably all played the game, I think it's called Telephone, in grade school, right? Where maybe your teacher sets you down in a circle and the teacher says something to the first person. They say yellow banana or whatever. Now pass it on. And by the time that, and all you're supposed to do is just say those words to the person next to you. But by the time that it goes around the entire circle and it comes back to the original source, it's something totally different. Right? So let's set up a hypothetical where a god or whatever gave a vision to people early on, the earliest forms of humans, like a straight up vision of AI and how it could potentially destroy humanity and life and these kinds of things. But they truly, of course, they don't understand it, right? They're fucking, they just stopped being apes or whatever, right? They only just know how they think they could understand it. The beast, you know, basically, like in short, like takes a head injury and somehow lives, these kinds of things. What if the original setup to this was a god trying to deter people away from science? Because science eventually leads to AI, which eventually leads to maybe the AI being the Antichrist. Then that makes me start thinking about, okay, well, eternal damnation or eternity in hell. Maybe there is no like fiery lake. Maybe this eternity in hell is once we're hooked up to Neuralink and you're basically living like Inception. Your mind and your thought process lives on far, far, far past your physical limitations. Right? Maybe that was the original battle of AI versus non-AI being put into the system of AI and not. But the other side of that to me would be then, what would a god or a light figure be fighting for? Is there a different eternity there for them, or would the eternity for them actually be eternal peace, being as you aren't, and it's some eternal process running? You are shut off. You are done. You are dying and being gone completely forever would be the salvation. Instead of having to, and at that point you start to, if you think like that, then you start to think that maybe light and dark are way more equivalent than you would originally think, because almost everyone thinks about light being good and dark being bad, but then they're way more equivalent if you think that light would be fighting for non-continual processing, a piece of just the end, right? And that an eternity in hell would be an eternity of your mind being, as it would seem, an eternity in an AI, in some kind of program or something. "100% had this debate with a friend last night or last month." That's so you're already ahead of me on this one. It's kind of crazy how some people can kind of come to the same thoughts, totally separate from one another. You ever heard of ancient astronaut theory? I haven't. Well, I mean, maybe just not in that name. Reminds me of this, Revelation 9:6, King James Version. "And in those days shall men seek death and shall not find it, shall desire to die and shall flee, death shall flee from them." Yeah. Yeah. I'm starting to think, because I was raised very religious, I can't help but watch out for these things that a lot of people, kind of in our talk the other night, whenever I was talking about the Jane guy, talking about religious texts, whatever. Whether people are raised and know about those doesn't mean they don't exist, right? They're a very real thing. And if somebody's pushing, even if it's totally fake and somebody's pushing to make it happen, they're still having an influence, right? So, I do very often think some of the crazy things, it does pop into my head about how Revelations is worded and how a simpler mind with some possible vision of how things could end would maybe relate. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, whenever Trump was almost assassinated, and it takes an injury to the head and survives or whatever, that was instantly on my radar as far as like stuff in Revelations. So I can't help it. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but I do know the things that I heard growing up, and I don't necessarily believe them, but they still pop into my head. You know what I mean? Either way, let me look this guy makes me really, really, really want to go see his documentary. If you, I let me see if I'm going to look this up, but I truly only recommend watching it if you have the time to sit down and pay attention. And I say this, what's this guy's name? Hang on, I'm gonna have to look. I watched it on my other PC. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. Sometimes whenever you recommend a movie to somebody or something, it's like they're not gonna really get it if they don't pay attention. And I think that this is,
round this out.
This podcast is the same way, in my opinion. So I'll share it with you guys. I think it's incredibly interesting, incredibly good. Like, just so many thought provoking. My mind was going fucking nuts the whole time I was watching this. I literally probably 4, 5, 6 times had to pause because I had something going on in my mind racing off of something they said, and I needed to think it out and not get distracted by what they were saying. So I had to pause and just think that out a little bit, like multiple times. It's very, very, very thought provoking. And I will say it takes a little bit to get started, so don't get deterred by because he starts talking about the early days of like ethics of AI and stuff like that. Some of that stuff, like, it's interesting for a little bit, but that's not how the whole thing goes. Like, I can lose interest quickly if it's just all talking about AI ethics. I can lose interest really quickly in that kind of discussion. So if you have time, and you really are like, you really want to just think about AI in the future and where that one really, really got me thinking a lot. Like I said, I went way down the whole religion hole and a bunch of things last night. There's a really good graffiti in my city here in Croatia. It says somewhat less ideologies, more ideas. Yeah, that's good. True. Yeah. This is what they were talking about during this podcast, Pain Dog. Yeah. Apparently it's on, like, playing here in Austin now, and I'm like, fuck, I kind of want to go watch it. But maybe I'll just wait until it's actually out and I can watch it here at home. Anyway, I know we talked a lot about that stuff, but man, it's some heavy stuff, but it's also insanely important, man. I also appreciate the way that what's his name? The guy opposite? How he approaches things. Basically not trying to say that AI should not exist, but instead just, trying to do his best to convince us how we could shepherd in a better future with it, with guardrails and stuff. But I think we all know very clearly that's why they don't have any worldwide committees that sit down and talk about AI limitation, because they don't want limitations on themselves. Chris Williamson. No. I mean the other guy across the table. Is his name Tristan? Is that it? Before I bring this stuff up in the future, I should definitely like remember their names. Tristan Harris. Okay. Yeah. It's funny. I don't know if he's still here or if he's here right now. Speaking of Tristan, it's actually part of listening to this. Almost kind of like, I don't want to say that I agree with his thinking, but I somewhat on some level, like, hey, you got to admit that not necessarily like anti-technology people, but you gotta admit, like, yeah, they're right on some kind of level when then you start discussing this kind of stuff. Amish? No. not specifically Tristan talks about being a Luddite, which I've tried to do a little research on it so I understand it better. It's not that they're anti-technology, it's that they view technology, advancements in technology are not necessarily advancements in humanity. Is more along the lines of at least maybe how it's romanticized, I guess. But whenever you look into the history of the movement, it's a lot of going in and destroying things, right? So it would not necessarily be a movement that people would see as like some kind of like massively positive movement. It would have to be viewed more as a you don't know what you're doing. Anyway, I went like down this crazy rabbit hole of thoughts last night. That was very fun. I actually really enjoyed it because I don't know. It's so super interesting whenever you just I mean man, I want to say that there's a scientist that actually put this into words. I can't remember who, and I can't remember what the quote was, but something about the imagination just being like limitless territory. You know, you can escape things that are going on around you with imagination and just sitting back and thinking. And to me, that's like super interesting. I love that. I love like just thinking out the possibilities of space. And also I did see your actually let me scroll back to that because I needed to address it. Pain Dog, what you said about I see what you're saying, but I don't think AI would weigh enough to make up for dark energy, dark matter calculations. I'm more of the thought that calculations themselves are wrong and the rendering of the universe happens in our brains, and that would make up for miscalculations. I could see both, but it's also not only it could potentially be any part of that. It could be the communication of AI. It could be the structure and keeping it running. It could be the weight of it in the background. These kinds of things. That's kind of what I was wondering. But I see your point, and I think that because it's just all hypothetical, both have to be seen like as potential equals, right? So I can see how AI falls directly into Luddite hostility. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah. Have I hit the Northwest Airfield yet? I literally just walked in the door from going to the Northwest Airfield. Yeah. What's up, J-Man? You think about AI change after watching Avengers Age of Ultron? I'll be honest, I haven't really watched the any of the recent superhero movies. So is it something that's kind of gets your mind going a little bit that maybe I should check out, Ledge? Is it that specific one, or are there lead ups that make it important to check in with? I don't know that I've seen that one, Pain Dog. I might have to try to check it out. I think one of the bigger parts of that I very often think about in reference to a biblical antichrist is that this antichrist is supposed to basically like fool or trick a lot of people. And if I take that like in a literal sense and I think about it deeply, at first I'm like, oh yeah, somebody like Trump is pretty, he has tricked and fooled a lot of Christians to believe like and follow. Like you could start applying it to so many different areas. But then I also started thinking about if you're just brutally honest about it and just straight up, science would be the same way potentially, right? Like not necessarily tricked. I would have to go back and see the exact wording, but science has convinced people to follow certain logical paths, right? Like, and if again, if we reference the whole light being the salvation, keeping you away from an eternal loop of processing, total hypothetical crazy shit, then you would, in those situations, you would see science as like a deceiver, right? A deceiver of you are, this is what you're meant to do. This is what what else are we supposed to do? We're here to think and act on those thoughts and blah, 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 right? This is the passage you're citing. False Christs and false prophets will arise and perform great signs and wonders so as to lead astray, if possible, even the elect. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. You could apply that to so many things. Like you could, like I was talking about earlier about Trump, the whole head injury thing. That was all kind of lining up for a little bit. But then if you think about it in science, you could say that perform signs and wonders, literally watching a rocket take off, could be potentially that, right? So I don't remember the exact passage, and hopefully you could bring this one up, Pain Dog. Something about a head injury that is survived. I don't remember exactly how it's worded, so I don't want to go too much deeper than that. But that's the one that makes me wonder if there's, if you want to say, try to pin it on science and AI being this antichrist, then where do you pin that one? Where do you pin the head injury, surviving a head injury? Obviously, this would it would be twisted into its own way that would be, you know, yes, English Standard Version. One of its heads seems to have a mortal wound, but its mortal wound was healed, and the whole earth marveled as they followed the beast. That is exactly it. Thank you. That was whenever that was whenever the whole Trump assassination thing happened. That's immediately what popped into my brain. I was like, oh shit. But if then I take that and I try to apply it to the AI situation, I wonder what the equivalent would be, or if it has happened yet. Like, is there going to be some major uprising against AI in a way that feels as though like a decapitation, but then it arises again, you know? I don't exactly know. Anyway, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Give me just a second, guys. right, I'm back. I can see Trump being the Antichrist could fit. Yeah, no, it fits a lot. That's why, like anyone that's being honest about the situation, that was one of my bigger hesitations with Trump to begin with, because I was like, especially people that are Christian, I'm like, wait, do you guys not see, like, if you actually truly believe the Bible, how do you not see a lot of this lining up? And that was part of the whole deceiver thing, right? All right, let's get out and run around now that it's daylight again. The issue is, it's tough to have this kind of discussion with most people because most people don't really know this information about the Bible. Which is completely fair and understandable, but now again, you also have to, I personally, like, if someone wants to know my true opinions, I'm going to dial way back on this and say I don't think any of this is real, personally. But I try to be as open-minded about all ideas as possible. So it is kind of intriguing when I see some, like, Legos getting connected over here on this other idea. I'm like, oh, interesting. I kind of want to learn about that, you know? So to me, it seems much more reasonable that everything in the Bible is just kind of made up, and there are people that are in power today that are going to drive us toward that because people are very religious, and they're going to try to make what they see in the Bible the reality. I feel like it's much more reasonable to believe that way because that's most aspects of our lives. Everything in your life is used to control you in some manner, right? But again, I like to think about things I don't even necessarily believe in. It's very interesting. Church is the biggest firm in the world. Hard to fight against it. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Now, keep in mind, it's been a long time since I've read through Revelation and understood the whole process of the Antichrist. A lot of this could be just shot down by somebody that they could say, well, that's more like a coincidental situation that you bring up. Like, yes, but here it says something that would be that kind of shuts the whole thing down, your whole thought process. But to me, if the whole thing is real, let's just say, it seems much more likely in my brain as time goes on that it's AI and not any human. Uh, part of that specifically, I think would be that Mark of the Beast would be something like Neuralink, right? Because that's how that will go. Like if you set up that hypothetical in your mind, that's how that will go. Either you get Neuralink and you get tapped in with everybody else, or you become an outsider. That's like the natural progression of this kind of thing. You'll become an outsider, and maybe even hunted down and killed eventually at some time. If you resist that far into the future. Basically, because the justification behind that would be that you're not, and maybe even, like, if you try to not take sides on it, and you just think about it in an open setting, you would think about, let's just say hypothetically that once you're plugged in to AI, that you do reach some kind of like nirvana state, and you do reach a non-violent state. And there is some kind of conformity and peace. Well, then the people that are there existing in that are going to be probably continually attacked by the people that don't do that, and they will very quickly want to rid the world of those people, right? They will want to rid the world of the people that don't sit down in the peace circle, right? Hey, Southern Belle, thank you for the 32. 32-month resub? Southern Belle sub for 32 months? There he is. There he is. Come up here. Come up here. Come on. Come on. Hey, buddy, come here. Come here. Come on. Come say hi. Come on. There you go. Good boy. Can you say hi to Southern Belle? You say hi, buddy? Good boy. How come you're not barking up here, huh? How come you're not so barky up here? You got a lot to say when you're down on the floor. Okay, okay. Hop down. Hop down, buddy. Love you too. Hop down. Hop down. I got to play. Thank you. Thank you, Southern Belle. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for joining us tonight. So anyway, I guess I don't know if you can take any of that pain dog, and I don't know if you're still here. I don't know if you can take any of that and lump it together into some questions, but I need to have a good long sit down with Tristan and hear him out and like his thoughts and what he thinks on some of these things. Because I think that maybe he looks into a lot of things that I don't, and he may have some viewpoints on things I don't get to hear very often. Tristan is the Antichrist. shit. All this time? Why are you hiding it, bro? Let's just get the show on the road. Not sure about that. Throughout whole human civilization, there were always outsiders. Some of them made it, some of them did not. But there's always a gray zone which they cohabitate. Yeah. Okay, so the thought process behind something like that, and I totally agree, and I think like you're correct with that. The thought process on this would be these people or things they have a threat to take down this special nirvana that we have, and this is the future, and this is how. And let's just say, like, again, let's just give them let's give these people like credit and say maybe this is the special nirvana perfect future, and you have people that won't plug into it and are potentially forming attacks or whatever. You could see how that situation could develop, right? Not saying that like it would need more. There needs to be more there, but you could see how that situation could develop. And like there is a completely peaceful, harmonic future here, and then there's just total human barbarism on this side, right? That's kind of how it would be viewed. Been here since your first $100 gift was eating and my hands were messy, so I couldn't say hello yet. Okay, fair enough. Well, hello. Wait, I don't know how long Tristan's even been here. I mean, I do want to hear both Tristan and Cal's takes, for sure, because I appreciate your guys' input. But maybe I won't do it on air it all out on the stream in the future, especially when we're all drinking. Oh shit. Well, the beauty is I get to quiz Tristan on all this shit. All right, what is it? Next weekend, right? Now. But I don't get to sit down and quiz Cal on anything in anytime soon, probably. Oh, go to sleep? Wait, hang on. You're that non-confrontational? Well, actually, why would I even say it that way? Because it wouldn't be like, it would be me sitting down and actually trying to learn from you and your thought process. And you think that you'd go to sleep rather than see it as like a time when I wanted to learn? Because I agree with you. The whole time that I was listening to this podcast, I was like, damn, I totally see why Well, I don't necessarily see. It's tough for me to reason with the old. So I looked up the origins of Luddites and how things. I tried to like learn the best that I could. And they were destroying like looms, right? And I can totally understand and see their thought process there, but that's not even close. I mean, there's no way that there would be some kind of prediction or assumption that that kind of thing would lead to AI, right? So I feel like AI could be the very first, like, clear, whoa, everybody puts on the brakes and like, holy shit, a lot of these people telling us to slow down on technology, like, damn, they were kind of right. What typed in chat earlier in chat, my understanding of Luddites is they view things specifically like automation very negatively because it hurts skilled workers and people's livelihoods. Yeah. I guess the issue there for me is I would need, this is why it's like, these are like learning moments for me where I can talk to somebody who's studying on the topic, or at least decently studying on the topic, and learn like, okay, so where are the limitations? Why would they not consider tools also against that? Because I'm not trying to be that guy, but I mean, it's, you could say that that's also like a complete, like, massive acceleration on production, right? Just using a tool. And then I guess maybe the counter argument to that would be that's still in the hand of the craftsman. Whenever you hand it off to something that takes control and it's not the craftsman anymore. Maybe, I don't know. That's why I need to sit down and have a discussion so I can learn. Because this is something like I just don't know anything about. To me, there's got to be lines there, and I don't know where the lines are. Like lines in the sand. What's up, Big Fish? How you doing? Good to see you. Because I mean, you could literally just take the use of a tool. You have 20 guys that don't have tools, and you have one guy that has the tool, and he's outperforming all of them. And then all of a sudden, this one guy that has a tool in his hand is. So there's probably like very logical lines. Hopefully, to me, there's there's no way that you can establish yourself in some kind of like viewpoint enough to put a name on it if you don't have some like logical boundaries on things. IMO. And this would be one of those. So I just need to learn and hear that out, because I'm just completely ignorant to it. I don't understand. I don't know. Maybe creativity is the line. If there's an automation without creativity, AI can do it. Well, the early beginnings of this, I would assume that they had no idea that AI could possibly even be a thing. So we can't necessarily take that into consideration. IMO. Also, a counter to that is that if you were very pro AI, you could very easily, the issue is like you may have people not give you a good faith discussion about it, but you could very easily say that AI is the natural evolution of humanity, and that would be like the ultimate creativity, right? So I don't know. That's just, maybe I'm just flaring up everything Tristan has to say right now. He's biting his tongue and shutting the stream down. But if I don't learn before then, maybe I'll get to learn from him a little bit at the Airsoft event. Either way, it's very interesting things to think about. I really enjoy, especially whenever if I approach it open-mindedly myself, then I battle my own mind, you know, like I give the pros and cons to both sides, which is some of the most fun to me, or most enjoyable. Whenever it's not just one side is very, very clearly superior. Tristan's like, I ain't going if we're gotta yap. I don't believe that. I think that he probably would love to have a good discussion if he didn't get judged and shit on. And he would have a discussion with somebody that would be open-minded about it. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe even that, it's just like he has zero care to even do that. I'll be honest. Tristan is one of the most unpredictable, unknowable people that I have ever known in my life, so I can't pretend to even begin to know. How many beers deep are we? 1. Do we need to be deeper? To be fair, I started this discussion way before I started drinking. This was all spurred on by an AI podcast I watched last night. But to be fair, I don't know when you joined, so. To me, it's just a lot of very interesting discussion. Wait, you want to jump in here and educate us a little bit, Tristan? In a totally non-confrontational way, like truly education. I'd rather PvE. Okay, well, let's go PvE and then you can tell me about it. You also don't forget that half of the game that you play all the time, League of Legends, is PvE. Maybe even more than half. I'll be honest. I feel like that's kind of bullshit. If somebody wants to actually learn a little bit and you won't, all right, wait, is your line that you don't want to talk about it on stream? Which to me is completely fair. Totally fair. I just genuinely want to learn, you know? Also, like I said, I need to know where the boundaries on this lie. And maybe some of them are like very clearly already defined, like what is actually considered automation and what is not, and that's literally the line. I just don't know any of that. Like, is there... Can you give me at least that breadcrumb? Like, where's the line... Where's the differentiation on, like, a tool versus automation? Like, for instance, you use a reciprocating saw. And you're just holding it. The saw is doing the work, right? I really don't think about stuff a whole lot, and I watch no one, so my articulation would be poor at best. Okay. So what you're saying is that you don't necessarily feel firmly in any camp. You just have some feelings, personal feelings, and at least what you hear about that kind of lines up a little bit, but you're not like all in enough to like defend it or support it. You're just kind of like, I have some feelings about things, and okay, that makes sense. I'm not. That's not any kind of like judgment, by the way. I think that's completely fair that people want to whatever degree you want to. Approach and engage with technology. I think it's all completely fair and fine. I think it's more related to whatever is replacing jobs or skilled laborers. Tools aren't inherently bad. They're needed to be a skilled crafter, but things that replace jobs like a machine that can do the job of 5 people. But again, like literally any tool replaces jobs. So that's what I'm saying. Like any single tool replaces jobs. So to me, I didn't know where that line was. That was just kind of like, I was just trying to learn. Because I assume there is some kind of like line in the sand of, at least hopefully, if you were like, you felt that you were some kind of movement enough to have a name that you would. What job is replaced by the existence of the hammer? It's not that the hammer existing replaces jobs that. It's more of like a how do I put this? Multiplicative thing, whereas it's slower. Someone just the fact of having a tool means you're doing the job faster, which means you're replacing other people. So even like refining a tool and making a singular tool better means you're replacing jobs. Yeah, I just need to do more research. There's surely some good YouTube videos I can watch. So it's probably already defined. There's no way that anyone could put a name to any kind of movement or idea like that and not have that kind of like fleshed out. One of the first things that people are going to ask, right? So because what are the I mean, aren't there pretty well defined lines when it comes to like Mennonites? Because I mean, Tristan's probably seen this as well. Whenever I lived in Missouri and we would go to Bass Pro Shops, I would see, I don't know the specific distinctions between the two, like Amish and Mennonites, but I would see one like many of those people that are in belong to those groups in a place like Bass Pro Shop playing video games and stuff. Like older and younger, both. So there's got to be some things like some exclusions there, and I'm almost certain that I've heard these before from them, and I just don't remember any of them. If it's like as long as it only pertains to like their house and their community, maybe, or something. Either way, that's not any kind of judgment. I appreciate that and totally, hey, to each their own. As long as no one's getting like, honestly, especially in their group, one of the best things they do is, damn, I don't remember the name of it, right? Where they let the young people, they have a window of time to like explore themselves. And do you still want to be a part of this or no? Now, of course, there's overwhelming pressure by your community, your friends, your parents. That's got to be a crazy, crazy, crazy thing to step away from. But you got to say at least it exists. There's a window of time for them to step away. And that's important. As long as you have that kind of thing, that's great. Oh, hang on. Now I need to look it up because I'm curious. I need to know. There's probably some of you guys that are just screaming at the screen right now. Difference in Mennonites and Amish. Okay, Amish and Mennonites are both Anabaptist groups, sharing core beliefs in pacifism and adult baptism, but they differ significantly in lifestyle and technological adaptation. Sorry, technology adoption. Amish communities are stricter, using horse and buggy transport and rejecting modern technology, while most Mennonites integrate into modern society, driving cars and using Damn, really? I didn't know that. So, actually, for whatever reason, I thought Mennonites it was switched. So Amish are the much more strict. Amish generally avoid electricity, internet, And car, well, I don't even know why you would even say internet if you just say electricity, kind of covers that. Mennonites, especially modern, embrace modern conveniences and are less isolated. Amish hold services in private homes on a rotating basis, whereas Mennonites usually have a traditional church. Dress codes both emphasize modest dress, but Amish women wear solid color plain dresses with bonnets, and men wear hats with no mustaches. Mennonites may dress similarly or wear modern clothing. Wait. Okay, now I feel like I need to look into Mennonites more because where are their boundaries? Depending on what the particular bishop says. Wait, is that what like a leader of the Mennonites would be? They're called a bishop as well. So church to church, similar like pope to pope or whatever. They don't allow internet on their children's stone tablets. Oh shit, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. I guess maybe now I feel like I need to drill down more on the Amish, or sorry, the Mennonites, because it very clearly seems like, okay, two things. Number one, it seems like the Amish are the who anyone thinks of whenever it comes to like a more strict version of things, but Mennonites almost seems like a something that was started by people that were Amish that got their what got you guys. What's the name of the whole thing where they whenever they're young they get like a window to go out and do whatever they want to do and decide if they want to stay with things. Mennonites almost feel like it's a lot of those people started congregating like somewhere in the middle. Like, yeah, we don't want to go all that way, but we also don't want to be that strict. So let's just do something in the middle and we'll start our own thing. The name of the event is like on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember. Rumspringa. Yeah? Something like that. Is the event or sorry, the primary traditional and most well-known event or period for young Amish individuals. Starting at around age 16, this phase offers teenagers greater freedom, allowing them to step outside the strict boundaries of their community to experience the modern world before deciding whether to commit to the Amish faith. I mean, it's obviously, again, like I said, you're going to feel, if you're in those situations, you're going to feel a ton of pressure to come back because all of your family, all your friends, literally everything you know exists there. But you still have to acknowledge and respect the fact that they have that, right? That's almost like their First Amendment or their freedom of speech or like you know, if you want, you can, which is good. You have to respect that. Wait, Tristan, are you still here? I'm in and out right now. Wait, so if I ask a question, will you answer it or no? Are you too busy to answer? Wait. I probably shouldn't have asked questions that are completely opposite from one another to follow. So if I ask a question, you will answer, yes? Yes, okay. So the question would be, I mean, I don't know that you necessarily completely fully classify yourself in the whole Luddite thing, but obviously you must have thought or even maybe considered about doing the Amish Mennonite thing. What has stopped you? Is there like just some level of technology that you enjoy and you like electricity, that kind of thing? Or what was your line that you were like, no, okay, I don't want to go that far? Also, to everyone else, while we wait on a Tristan response, or maybe he doesn't respond, have you guys ever heard of grayscaling your phone before? I'll be honest, that is not something I've ever heard of. And I don't know why. It's kind of surprising that I haven't heard of that. But after the podcast I watched, I looked into it a bit, and this is why I'm surprised it's not like a bigger movement, because I think it's insane. It's insane how effective I think that is. And almost to the point that, so I tried it. Basically, it's just taking all color away from your phone. And the thought process behind it is your phone isn't as engaging and doesn't suck you in as much whenever you grayscale your phone. And it's literally, I just tried it for just a little bit and I was like, holy shit, this is insanely effective. Immediately, I was just way less interested to be on my phone. So I don't know that maybe there's a way, but I looked into it on my phone. I would love to start with limitations on that, where it's like only during these certain hours it grayscales my phone. That would make it so much easier to kind of like ease my way into that kind of situation. Honestly, I think 100% I could do it. I think I would enjoy doing it too. I'm just not, at least the way it looks right now, and maybe by design, you're either all in or all out. So I'm not talking with them personally. I don't know what stopped my parents. I would assume it was a religious aspect, which would do it for me too. Me and Sam talked about buying land and starting off a grid farm. Okay. Wait, you say religious aspect where you want to, you like how they're approaching almost everything aside from religion. Is kind of your point. And you would like to, and maybe that's part of why you, what part of the Luddite thing? Maybe they're non-religious or something. I'm not sure. So you would rather just do what they're doing, but also be non-religious. Okay. Interesting. That makes sense. And I'm assuming Mennonites are also still religious to some degree. That's kind of interesting. That, I mean, maybe that exists and I just don't know of it, but it seems like it doesn't exist. Like a group of people that live in a similar way, but just that also aren't religious. Interesting. I know very little about Mennonites. They're further south in Arkansas, I believe. The only two things I've heard are not good. Well, I don't know. It seems like a good middle ground where you can still drive cars and adopt most of modern technology. But I guess that's where I need to look into it a bit more. Like, where are their lines? What is too far for them? If they're willing to drive cars and all the rest of this stuff. Crack open another Lone Star, brother. Yo, relax. It's only 7:50 p.m. Relax. Just slow it down. It's Friday night. We'll take our time. We'll ease our way into it. I have my camera on a mount right now, and I'm so sad because I wish I could show you guys Jax. He is just absolutely sprawled out in his bed in a really funny way. Am I hearing footsteps? I think I was hearing something in the song, maybe. I know girls that drink more within the first hour than you. And I'm almost 40 years old. I gave up I gave up a long time ago on drinking or thinking that I needed to like meet somebody's standards of drinking paces or anything. No, that's young people stuff. I do not care about any of that shit. Also, you're talking to the wrong person whenever it comes to that kind of thing. Because I grew up in a family that was very religious and nobody drank. Nobody was allowed to drink. So for me, being around people that drink or whatever, if I'm having a drink, it's more like, I don't care what you're drinking. Everybody's different. Everybody's got different tastes. I'm just happy to be hanging out and having a drink with you, you know? So I don't care what you're drinking. I don't care how fast or slow. I didn't get exposed to that kind of group. People talk about having a drink with their dad. That's not something I ever got to do, you know? Which to me, I don't know. That almost seems like something I'd want on my bucket list on my way out. Be able to sit down and just have a drink with my dad, you know? I think too many people take something like that for granted. So yeah, I don't really give a shit about any of that. Yo, John. And all of a sudden Jax is awake. 10-month resub. 10-month resub. What do you know about a 10-month resub, Jax? What do you think about that? 10 months? 10-month resub? 10-month resub? Almost 1 year resub? What do you think about that? Come up here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I see you dancing around. Come on, let's go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Can you say thank you to John for the 10 months? What do you think about that? What do you think about a 10-month resub? Okay. $10-month resub. 10-month resub. 10-month resub? Yo, thank you, John. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing great. Also, let's be very clear. Girls who drink more than the first hour, I've seen women entering the ring in the UFC that would beat my ass to a fucking pulp. So yeah, there are plenty of women capable of doing things far and above what I do. That's for sure, and always. Both my parents drank preferred bourbon, but shots not mixed. My brother convinced my mother to smoke a joint with him back in the day. A while later, he said, "So how'd you like it?" And she said she didn't notice any change. To be fair, that was kind of my first experience when I smoked. I didn't feel any change. I think there's probably a little bit of that with a lot of people. And then there's two things, in my opinion. It's potentially you don't feel anything in the first time or maybe even several times or whatever. And then with some people, I think it's also a reset expectation, because we were raised in a different time period, right? So many people in our age grew up thinking weed was going to give you some crazy hallucinations and shit, pink elephants and all this stuff, and that's not what it is, right? It's just kind of just being more chill and relaxed. But if you don't know to look out for that and think about that, you don't really know that's where you are. So whenever you're sitting around waiting to see pink elephants because you smoked some weed and you're not seeing any pink elephants and you're like, wait, what the hell? This doesn't, you know? And especially for people that drink a lot, if they were drinking at the time, because there are some like slight similarities between smoking and drinking, right? So that was my first realization as well. Whenever I started smoking, I was like, oh, holy shit, this is way different than what people are describing. It's just kind of chill, you know? Hell yeah, Mr. Big. Love to hear that. I would not lose to a single girl in the UFC. If any of them want to come over and prove me wrong, I'll be here. Okay. Any girls in the chat that want to go beat the shit out of Tristan, let me know and I'll give you his address. I was with this chick and she drinks more than me, and she saw a brawl at the club and our gay friend was in this shit and she jumped in too. She got clocked in the face, but she took it like a champ and kept going. Dude, that's the thing about, dude, they're all shades of women, all shades of men. Everybody just doing their thing, you know? I remember those movies in high school about how much of a hallucinogen it was. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what you're told growing up back then. It's a different world, man. It's crazy. Some things are just so different in a way that it's so tough to explain to people. Like, it had such a grip over modern culture at the time about what a terrible, terrible, terrible thing weed was. Of course, anybody that actually smoked it or anything before then, which was plenty of people, were saying like, wait, what the fuck? This is not true at all. But that propaganda takes over, you know? Yeah, people that talk about like they think they could beat people in the UFC and stuff. The thing is, about actual fighting, the key to fighting and actually being good at fighting, and boxing will teach you this. It's literally the best skill to have is just stamina. It's all about stamina. And that's how these people are going to beat you. If you think that you're fucking tough and you could beat anybody, no, the thing is they're going to gash you out. And then while you're doubled over, gasping for breath, that's when you get beat the shit. Just absolute down into the dirt. No, I wasn't talking about you ninja siding. I was talking about this is how I know. I'm not trying to ever talk like I'm hot shit, because fighting stamina is a totally different thing, man. When do I get mounted? I never tried it until after I graduated. My first time didn't do anything for me, but I don't prefer it over drinking because I drink because I like the taste, not to get drunk. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, that's part of why when it comes to actually any weed stuff, that's part of why I prefer smoking it. Something about the edibles and stuff, man, I just can't really get into. I don't really like the way that I feel. Like, I don't hate it. It's okay. But I don't necessarily really like the way that I feel. And something about smoking it is just really enjoyable. Something about the smell. I know a lot of people hate the smell too, but if you have some really fresh stuff, it's just like, All right, good night, Jack. Take it easy, man. Yeah, fair enough, Mito. I think everybody's on their own journey, right? And I respect that. Totally respect that. And I mean, I know that there's some people here like Rage Quit. That dude, the fact that he tunes into somebody that literally drinks on stream consistently, talks about enjoying drinks and stuff, that's temptation in the craziest form. Still tuning in and supporting the channel through that while trying to stay sober is, I appreciate that. Jax, what are you doing, buddy? Why are you so needy tonight? You're acting like a needy little boy. All right, guys. It's that time. I've got to go to the bathroom really quickly. Give me just a second, please. Be right back. If I die... Actually, you know what? You guys protect me. Don't let me die. Anyway, I thought I'd bring that up because that was a very interesting thing last night for me when I was listening to that podcast. I listen to a lot of podcasts, probably not as many as like some of you, because if people start naming off podcasts, I'm not going to be able to follow any of that. I don't like get it all in on podcasts on that level. It's more of like a YouTube thing, and it's all about the topic or person for me. What's on that, what they're talking about, if it interests me. I don't really go in on, I'm consistently with this or that podcast, because to me it's all about the topic they're covering and who they're talking to. But man, that was such a good episode, and so it just really got my brain working overtime last night, just thinking about all kinds of interesting things. That I told you guys about. If I set up the hypothetical of AI being the Antichrist and science being the thing that any potential God was trying to keep people away from pursuing because of the eventual outcome, then that would mean that I was a person that would be on the people being led astray and toward the eventual outcome that other side wanted or didn't want. But then that brings up the discussion of, well, that's only one side of it, right? Like if you think about it as the good or the light trying to keep you from, or anyone, the eventual, like your mind being in some kind of loop forever, or seemingly forever, for an eternity, inside of some kind of simulation or whatever it might be within AI, and reaching an eternal peace where basically it's nothing. You just die and you're gone. Well, then that's a totally different thing, right? Because then there maybe is no good or bad. It's more of like a choice. Do you want to live on forever? Do you want your mind continuously trapped in something like that? Do you want a peace that you can't walk back from, of like an end, and you're dead and gone and your mind is gone? There's no good or bad there then. But there is a potential line that you've crossed that you actually can't turn back from. And that's super interesting to think about, I think. I think Smack is deflecting. He's trying to distract us from the fact that he's on the Epstein list. Oh, fuck, is he about to get blackmailed into a war? Wait, is this where I should just start posting my dick pics online so then I can't be blackmailed anymore? I think the absolute worst thing that I could ever be blackmailed with at this point is my pathetic attempts to hit on women whenever I was younger, and how bad I was. And everyone would make fun of me for saying, "Oh my God, you had no game. You're just a fucking idiot loser." And then I'd be like, yeah, okay. Because if somebody was to post like nudes of me or anything and say we're blackmailing you with this, I would be like, okay, I don't care. Put it out there. But damn, maybe, you know, that's where I'd be like, oh, please don't show the world of how pathetic I was and how I could barely actually communicate with women and how I didn't actually know anything about them and how I look like a complete moron. You have to have money to be blackmailed effectively. Good night, guys. So, do you have an ETA on the dial down of the streams of thought? When we get to listen to people that aren't driving you into talking way too deeply on topics that are going to chase everybody away. I love that you said paintball markers. I love that you said that. That is one of the best things I've ever heard from you. Because there was that like movement in paintball for a while is to call them paintball markers so that you could differentiate that they weren't guns and make the movement and sport more legitimate and more approachable to people. And yeah. Are they not called markers anymore? Well, I mean, most people would just say is a maybe this is just the Missouri boy in me. You know, a lot of people just can say they're paintball guns, you know. But you're right. There's like plenty of people that would also call them paintball markers. But that's a long discussion. Similar discussion where you look at like Counter-Strike. They have counter-terrorists, terrorists, and a bomb. They're planting a bomb, right? And then you look at a game like Valorant, specifically made to be able to bring in sponsors. You're not planting a bomb anymore. You're planting a spike. You know? Same discussion. Oh man, water guns. It's crazy. It's crazy whenever you talk to people that grew up with before the internet. What a different life we lived. It's not an illegal war. It's a military operation. Yeah. Thankfully, I will say thankfully, I think that people are... Man. as much of a mistake and waste of money it was, I think a lot of people in the U.S. learned a lot of lessons from the Iraq War. I think that people aren't going to be fucking fooled as easily anymore over this shit. Which is good. Love to see it. I've seen some very interesting discussions that I've actually avoided talking about on stream when it comes to the whole Iran situation and the global economy and how it works and how the future will be. I avoid talking about it because it's a lot of people don't want to engage on like a fair way about it, but there are some potentially very scary times ahead. And whenever I say potentially very scary, I say it in as though like, there is a very logical and easy way that it could go. The U.S. doesn't really exist in its current form anymore. DayZ Tune has been a walking pumpkin pooper at this point. This is part of my biggest gripe with the standalone. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter what like grand like view you had for the game and its health system as a dev. Whenever you have people just fucking smashing food into their face constantly on this level, it's a failure, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense. In a game full of realism, a guy sitting here I ate 5 fucking goats one day to get full. 5. You know, that just doesn't make sense. Congress hasn't approved any war since Korea or prior. That said, Trump is a buffoon, but the legal war argument is nonsense. I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. Anyone saying a legal war doesn't actually understand the process. They're not, like, I hate to say it, but they're just not dealing with, like, a matter of fact situation. I 100% agree with you. Which is why we need our Congress to actually step up and reclassify this whole situation. We should not, like, I think anyone could agree that there's no one that would look at this and say there's not a war. That's just a normal citizen, right? And if that's the case, then what are we doing? Like, where is the line on that? Then that means we as a people need to have our Congress step up and have a firmer stance on this. But you're totally right. I agree 100%. In court, it would completely hold up that that was a special operation or whatever, completely under the powers of the executive. Yeah. Which means it's not a war, which means it's not technically classified as a war, even though everyone knows it's a war, right? think it's funny that Smack was more impressed with the word marker than he was concerned about denying the fact that he actually used that as a pickup line. I'll put it this way. It's funny, the more I talk about this stuff, I know that people want to hear me just talk about the game. So I need to take that under my belt, but sometimes I can't help myself. I definitely used to have that issue. When it came to talking to women or whatever, but I will say that's one thing that I've gotten a lot better about. And one thing I put conscious effort into. I'll make fun of myself or poke at myself. I don't really have any issues talking to women or getting dates or any of those things. That's not an issue for me anymore. And a lot of that is just literally just treating women with respect. Because it's crazy how many guys do not. So, to me, that's territory where I'm like, I can just go all day making fun of myself or whatever because it's just not real and doesn't exist. You know what I mean? I'll make fun of myself with pickup lines or whatever. But I don't know. It's weird because it's just normal, just being social, like a normal social person. You just go out and talk to people. It's not difficult, but I will say it is becoming more difficult based on how we're being wired, which is interesting, but really surprised the game doesn't have a soup/stew system, but yeah, way too much drinking and eating needed. This is on KK, right? They could change all the values and make it different. I don't know. I'd have to have a discussion with him. I don't exactly know how it works on that way. I will just say, I think that it's pretty well, like, when it comes to health and these things, most of the time it's nice to be simple, right? And I think that if I said it this way to anyone else, they would agree it'd probably be better. That back in the mod days, or anyone that played back in the mod, it was much more of like you just ate until you got full and then it held you over for a long time and maybe you had some meat in your bag or whatever. There was none of this, like, if you put the effort into hunting and killing a cow and cooking it up, like, that fed you for a while, as it should, right? And that's not the case on the standalone. It's all about, you need to be full because, I mean, look, my water and apple or food are like that, and that affects my healing. It was so much better whenever you just worried about your thirst and your hunger, and that was separate from your healing. And your healing was done through the saline bags or blood bags or whatever. Now, I get if you like maybe approach that differently, but the way that it works now and needing to eat the amount that you do is just complete insanity. And anyone that thinks that it is okay, just now, to be fair, with your discussion, Tristan, they've tried to stay kind of close to vanilla in a lot of ways that they feel are okay, I guess, and I guess that they feel that this is okay. And maybe that's because of some kind of deep understanding of the way the system works. But the thing, to me, I'm looking at it as That is one of the biggest barriers to getting new players to play this game is the health system and the food, because it just doesn't make sense. It's terrible. So I think if you detach those and you just make it a simplified version of this, people would attach to that and enjoy that so much more than the way it is now. Their loot is turned up. It might be a little bit. I'm not sure how much so. Well, one of the bigger issues is like if I can just grow unlimited food downstairs, right, with the pumpkins, and if it only takes one pumpkin to feed me like half the day, then what are we doing, right, to them? And I think that's a valid point. Well, these are all just easily tweakable, in my opinion. Like, make it where you can't grow food. Or if you want to say that, oh, it's unrealistic to not be able to grow food. Okay, fair. But you gotta reach a certain middle ground there where it's like, okay, well, maybe we don't have the storage or whatever. Like, we can figure this out. This is not some like completely unsolvable problem. The issue is the health system in DayZ is like, if I asked any of you to explain the health system to me in DayZ, maybe one of you could actually explain it to me correctly, right? Because I can't explain it to you guys and how it works. And that's just pure insanity. Why? You know what I mean? That makes zero sense. All I know is when your food and water are doing well, you're healing. And when they're not, you're not healing. You know? And to me, that's just, what are we doing, man? The fact that I sat down and ate 5 goats one day. 5 fucking goats. Incorrect. The only thing that determines how much you heal is your blood. Okay, well, you have to have... Your blood will not increase, or it doesn't stay at a stable spot or anything if your food and water are not in the positive, right? So, like, back to my point, I'm still correct. High blood, but flashing food and water, you'd still lose health. Yes, you would. Yes, you would. So it's not all based on... It's all... That's what I'm saying. All of this is... The food and water regenerates blood. Blood regenerates health. Sure, but it's not. Here's where it's complicated, because it's your blood being full does not regenerate enough blood or health to overcome not being completely or in good shape on food and water. So then in reality, what you're saying is not true, right? Like it's true and it's not true. Where it's like if I draw a line straight across anything, whenever you're yellow water, your yellow food, you're losing health. So then that's why it is just directly tied to that. And you're like, technically you can dig into the weeds and say, yeah, technically it's all blood, but also it's not. It's all like just your food and water. So it's just not a good, it's not good. Which is whatever. You know? I just feel like they should have, again, I've said this many times. I could get on a soapbox. The thing about DayZ that is one of the biggest issues with DayZ is that the devs don't understand. They're not making the game approachable, right? So what they're trying to do is make the base version of the game the most hardcore version, and then the other versions, the mods, are the least hardcore, which is insane, completely insane, because it's the opposite in every other successful game, right? The base version of the game is approachable to players and gets people interested in enjoying the game. And then you have the hardcore servers for the people that want that, right? But we could go on and on. There are many, we could go on and on about the issues with the game, on like whether they don't see things appropriately, in my opinion. They limit themselves in so many ways. Like, it is what it is. Like, at the end of the day, it's not my money, it's not my problem. It would just be nice if things changed, but at this point, it's clearly not going to change, right? So you know the best part about this shit is hitting people that think that they know the DayZ health system with the fact that there are bone stats. There are behind the scenes levels of bone stats, the health of your bones, where you could be full health but your bones are not healthy and you could die to one shot because your bones are not healthy. But there's no way to track that and no way to know. And this is how you know their healing system is fucking trash. But you know who's never going to skimp out on getting the calcium they need for their bones? The Amish. They're always going to, I mean, we've all seen the videos Just squirting straight from the teat. All right, here, let me show you. So this is all bone stuff in DayZ. Wobo is a fucking legend, by the way. But this is part of it. This hidden stat that instantly kills you in DayZ. This is the bone stat that he's talking about. This is how wolves can like one-shot you, or you can literally just die instantly because your bones are not healed. And no one knows that because we don't get to look at it. Now, I won't say that exists on this server because maybe they've dialed that out on servers I play on, but that's DayZ. The hidden stat that instantly kills you is bone stat. Your bone health. I think 4 to 5 goats per day is what's recommended by RFK. You know what? I love you, Pain Dog, because you tread a very good line between many areas. I feel like I don't tread a good line between some areas because I get way too far off on some. I'm too far into some areas myself. Way too passionate about some areas, but you keep a good middle ground on most areas. My grandpa used to always tell me the story of his childhood farm where they would shoot milk straight from the cow's tits right. Wait, what word did I say? Tits straight into the farm cat's mouth. Wait, so this is what was the name of the show or the movie? Fox and the Hound. Wait, how many of you guys watched Fox and the Hound? Damn. That's an old movie. That was a fucking heartbreaker too, wasn't it? Damn. Wait, what are the names? Wait, hang on. Let me see if I can look it up.
My, look at that. A fox and a hound playing together.
When you're the best of friends, having so much fun together, you're not even aware you're such a funny pair. You're the best of friends. Life's a happy game. You could clown around forever. Neither one of you sees your natural boundaries. Life's one happy game.
Copper! Yeah, I've gotta go.
If only the world wouldn't get in the way. If only people would just let you play. They say you're both being fools. You're breaking all the rules. They can't understand the magic of your wonderland.
Yo, thank you, Doug. You appreciate the
When you're
64
the
months.
best of friends,
Hope you're doing
sharing all
excellent.
that you discover. When these moments have passed, will that friendship last? Who can say there's a way? Oh, I hope it never ends.
Come on, Copper.
'Cause you're the best of friends.
Thank you, Dougie. Appreciate the 64. Hope you're doing great.
Copper, you're my very best friend.
Damn, dude. Just even hearing that song, man, it's been so long since I heard that, and that hit me in the feels. I refuse to watch that and make me cry. Yeah. You know what? I feel like Jax was the big breaking point for me, where I felt like I was just some tough guy, you know? And then I think about if they were to go through with the plan and actually kill Jax, you know? A little dog that I've gotten to learn he has his own personalities and his own preferences and his own life, the things that, you know, that make him happy, the things that make him sad. Watch him be sad whenever I'm getting ready to leave the apartment because he knows he has to stay here by himself. And then extrapolate that into every dog that's out at a shelter that's getting killed constantly right now. Yeah, that shit makes me sad as hell. It's kind of shit, unfortunately, you just put it in the back of your mind and try not to think about, like your own death, you know? Politics, AI, religion, all these things I can chat about all day on stream and be whatever, but animals dying I can't chat about too long. Yeah. I hear you there. I actually learned about that one the hard way. That was me hunting growing up. Hunting and killing deer, killing this or that animal. It was mostly deer. Because it was always, it didn't matter how good of a shot I made. I had to walk up and watch them die. And part of that can be, you know, I'm providing for my family, you're too weak, whatever, which is fine. Don't trust me. If it comes down to I live or die, I need to take care of business, I will take care of business. I'm not above that, but whenever I can just go to the store and buy what I need, and then also go out in the woods and watch some beautiful animal live, you know? This here's Dougie. Gifting a sub out to Wheezy Sleazy Man. What do you think about gifted subs? What do you think about that? What do you think about gifted? What do you think about gifted subs? How do you feel about gifted subs? Come up here. Come up here. Come up here. Oh, you dancing around? You don't know how to feel? Come on. Come on. Come on. Good boy. Good boy. Can you say thank you? Huh? Can you say thank you? And now here I've got a partner. I got this little partner to help me thank people for subbing the channel. Who is less than 24 hours away from being put down. You know? Good boy. I know, you're a crazy mess, aren't you? Yeah, you are. You're crazy. You're a crazy mess. Okay. Can you hop down? Hop down, buddy. Don't get me wrong. I love deer meat. I just I mean I talked about this on the podcast with Pain Dog. I don't judge. I don't look down on anyone that hunts or anything, especially if you're doing it ethically and everything. I just learned, as with many other things in my life, it wasn't for me anymore, because I appreciated the beauty of nature, and I saw myself in some competitive mode to destroy it. You know? So first hit me when I shot a bird out of the tree with a BB gun on my street. Went to look at it, it was twitching and suffering, and I just never hurt an animal ever again. It'll hit you that way. Watching something suffer or die on its way out. Yeah, that's your programming, you know. You guys want to know something else that I was thinking about recently while we're on the topic of deep thoughts? Actually, let me get another drink before I start on this. All right, so here's another thing I was thinking about recently. I'm not saying that no one has ever thought about this stuff, but I feel like very often there's a lot of things that are not getting discussed in the public at all that happen in my brain. And I was thinking about this the other day. The discussion happens very often about humanity and how the hell we got here, our origins, all these things. And I think about all that stuff often as well. But I was thinking about, what if life got seeded here? What if we started because some other planet seeded life here? Hang on just a second. You guys have some things to say before I get going on some other topic on animals I want to read through. Yeah, tacky. Fair enough. I know. I don't think I would eat every single one of you, and the ones that are vegetarians would taste the best because they're grain fed. Yeah, true. One of the worst things for me, but not the only one, was when my dog killed 3 baby rabbits. They screamed so bad. I cried and cried. Yeah, that's a tough one. It's real tough. I could go on I could go on a, I hate to say rabbit hole on that kind of stuff, but I'll wait for a minute. I don't know. Something about animals, I appreciate a lot. Actually, you know what? I want to keep going because it ties into my point a lot. I feel as though when we approach the topic of, man, it feels interesting to talk about these things because I feel like I am just changing my mind on so many topics so much every day at this point on a level that I just wasn't prepared for. So I used to get caught up in the whole like we need to become multi-planetary and all this stuff. People like Elon, like, oh, we need to become multi-planetary. And then I realized if I thought about it, and I actually sat with myself and like where maybe we originated from. Well, who's to say that we didn't originate from another planet that seeded our planet with life, right? And that, I think that shows how selfish and shitty we are. That even our most intelligent thinkers, somebody like Elon, still only purely focus on the human experience expanding. Because if we were truly selfless, how we would have already sent plants or thought life that we thought could survive on other planets. We would be trying to seed life. If we were truly concerned with seeing the survival of life itself in the universe, we would already be putting significant efforts into that. But we're not. We're only putting efforts into seeing humans expand. And to me, when I realized that, I was like, wow, that is extremely selfish. Because what are people opposed to that going to say? You know what they're going to say? They're going to be like, well, if we seed life on one of these planets, we won't know if life existed before. Oh, we need to know. Because we as humans, we're the most important thing. We need to know if life existed like some crime scene, uncontaminated. If we were to send life to inhabit Mars right now, and life we knew could survive on Mars, then it's contaminated. We would never know the truth. Well, we could get hit by a fucking massive gamma ray burst tomorrow and just be completely wiped out. So we aren't truly concerned about survival, the survival of life. We're only actually truly concerned about survival of humans, you know? It's funny, Dougie and Wheezy both said the same thing at the same time. Yeah. I mean, it seems that way. Or if you look at the existence of the cosmos and how long it's existed, life could have started on many other planets and they could have seeded it here. Right? Because maybe they were less selfish. And it just goes to show how insanely selfish we are. Even all the way to the top. Somebody like Elon doesn't They've not mentioned one single time. None of these people at the top. They've never mentioned one single time that we should be sending it because here is the important part. Here's the important part whenever people talk about feeling the pain of animals and empathy for these animals. We're all connected. We're all connected with them. Our DNA is their DNA. We're all evolved from the same cells. Trees, animals, all of us. We're all the same. If you look at our DNA, we're all the same. So if we truly wanted life to exist and persevere and continue on, we would not be trying to shoot humans out right now. Like, we would be working toward that, of course, but we'd already be sending life that we know could continue to exist and survive on these other planets. We'd be researching, what is this planet like? What's it take to survive there? What do we know that could survive there that already exists on Earth? And we'd be sending it there, right? If we were truly selfless, but we're not. We don't actually care about life. We only care about ourselves. Maybe it's a figure if a man can survive, they can take other species to the planet. But if they took animals first, you would get all the people saying how cruel people are. But that's why, I mean, you would never send an animal. You'd be sending bacteria, you'd be sending plants, you'd be sending this kind of stuff. Stuff that we know could survive. Yeah, no one would ever send an animal on its own to some random planet. That there's 0% chance of survivability on that case. Like, no one would ever see it that way. It's only, you're looking at bacteria, you're looking at plants, the tiniest of life forms. They sent monkeys into space before man, right? Yeah, but that was only a that's a study on making sure humans could survive, not so much a trying to propagate. And to me, maybe this is a weird area. As much as I hate to say it, I do think that it's okay to do that thing, but also at the same time, we should honor those animals on an insane regard. Statues, potentially, even to these animals that, like, their lives were lost to further our cause. Basically making them as equals, in my mind. If we're willing to sacrifice their lives to make sure that we can survive in space or whatever, then we should honor them as such. And that's a discussion that could be had, right? Like, we could say we shouldn't be doing that because they don't have knowledge to sign up, and we should be sacrificing people that are willing to lose their life. And fair enough. I think I could meet you there and say that you're probably right. But we should honor them appropriately. Because pick any animal. Pick any animal that you want. It's super easy to dehumanize them and say that they don't know what's going on, whatever. And then look at the dog or cat that lives in your house and your relationship with them and how much you realize that they do have feelings. They do care for you. They do get sad when you're gone. There is a deeper level to them other than just eat, shit, piss, right? They exist on a deeper level. So if we're willing to sacrifice animals to further our cause, they should also be honored, in my opinion. As I would want Jax to be honored if he was, put out in some way. And you guys would think and feel the same, I'm sure. But also, I kind of feel things in a way where, like, I feel that I owe my existence and my health and many things about my life to the people that have come before me in many ways, right? I don't consider myself some special being or anything. So if it was somehow called upon me that I needed to be the experimental subject to go into some area to know if humans are going to explode or not, okay, well then it's my responsibility and I will do it. Because there have been plenty of sacrifices before me for the good of all of us, right? And that's the most important part. But that's easy to say as somebody that can actually, like, agree and sign up for it. But instead, you send an animal into space that doesn't really know what's going on, and they're scared shitless. Yeah, no, ideally those things don't happen, and I never want to advocate for those. But I will say, in a way that, like, maybe not a lot of people will agree with. I don't know. I think it's okay on a certain level, like, but we should, if we're willing to make that sacrifice of them, we should also honor them. They're basically a human, We gained the ability to achieve this massive thing in our life because of the sacrifices of animals as well, They co-inhabited this planet with us. Whatever. So I agree with you, Cal. And it's kind of awesome as well. I don't know how many of you guys, I don't know the depths of this, so it's tough for me to talk on, but I think some of you guys have seen how they revere animals in other cultures in Asia, right? To high regard, monkeys in certain, like, temples and stuff in India or Asia or whatever, where they're feeding them. I don't know. That's kind of cool to see, to be honest. I love to see that kind of stuff. Even though maybe the animals don't understand on that level. That's okay. Doesn't matter. Also, at the same time, that was us. How long ago, right? So. What are you drinking tonight? I'm drinking some Lone Star. It's a cheap Texas beer. But I agree with you guys. I love animals very much, and I've had my eyes open many times, but there's nothing that's truly going to open your eyes to animals and how they have their own personalities and the depth of love that they can have until you own one. Why couldn't I watch the VOD last time you drank? I deleted it because Cal mentioned, I don't think that he had some like, I think he wasn't trying to say that it would happen, but it was like some worries about how things could affect his job. And to me, like, if we have a discussion on stream and that could potentially affect his job, that's just not worth it anyway. I'd rather just delete it. We talked about it on stream and then I just deleted it afterwards. Like, I wouldn't possibly ever want him to worry about his job in any way over my fucking dumbass stream, you know? So there was some good chats, but doesn't matter what discussions were had in that situation. Charlie's my best friend. Not sure how I did it before that Rascal came along. Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, you think that you're some tough guy, you don't need anything, and then all of a sudden all it takes is just some little stray coming off the street or whatever, and then all of a sudden you don't argue with them. Of course they're a shithead every once in a while, but there's something about the way that they show their appreciation too that is just, you know, just very genuine and pure. I agree with you. Same way with Jax. I think he's my best friend. And I know he's a mess, but it is what it is, you know. I know what situations he can't vibe with well, and I'll just try to not put him in those a lot, you know. By the way, you should bring him. Although maybe you'd say he doesn't want to be there. He'd much rather just be doing his thing at his place. Fair enough, but I think Jax needs his ass beat by a cat. By the way, I think it'd put some good character scars on him. By the way, holy shit, this is another thing that I feel like, God, I wish I wasn't such an idiot. I wish I was not an idiot and also had more money. Because I'm looking, man, this was probably 10 or more years ago where I was sitting down thinking about the whole Bitcoin situation. And I was looking at Bitcoin and I was like, damn, if you started in the early days of Bitcoin and you saw it explode, you got mega rich. But if you got into the stock market now, you can't see that drastic, I put in $1 and became a millionaire. Like that drastic of change of wealth. Because it's slow, right? I was like, damn, what are the possible future things that could explode in growth? Maybe not quite like Bitcoin, but like on a massive level like that. And to me, I was like, hang on, I won't say it yet. I was at Matt's wedding and I was talking to some guys that work in like venture capital and investments. And I was just drunk enough from an open bar where I was like, okay, well, I'm going to talk to these guys that are way smarter than me. And I'm going to sound like an idiot real quick. But I was just instantly like, all right, I need to know, why the fuck are you guys not going all in on lab grown meat? Because to me, literally fucking no one is talking about it. When was the last time you heard anyone talking about lab grown meat other than what I just said? No one is talking about it. But that is clearly the future. That is clearly the future. And people that invest now will be insanely rich. But it's just not even being talked about. Can't remember if I told you already. Told you this, so if I did, sorry. My brother started feeding a feral cat who turned out to be pregnant. She had 7 kittens, and after a couple weeks disappeared. She wasn't in good health. Now he and his wife have 7 kittens and 2 poms in their house. Plus he takes care of a dog next door for his neighbor. Damn. The thing is, like, some people enjoy that, right? Some people that are at home a lot and don't have a lot going on, like, socially, they enjoy that. And that's, I mean, good for them. Good for them. Kind of wearing on him, though. I mean, anything wears on anybody, right? So at that point, once he gets the kittens up to age, then hopefully he finds a home for them and good to go. I talked to plenty of old timers who are retiring from Apple. Dudes just kept their stock from day one, 30 years ago. Through all the splits and stock increases, all of them are dirty rich. Yeah. Hell yeah. All I've read is that lab-grown companies have all struggled, not because products are bad, but because it seems like people stopped being interested or became distracted by our ongoing slow roll of Armageddon. And that's how you know that this is the most fucking perfect time to get in, because it's just talked down on so much, but it will be the future. And that's the thing. An undeniable future that everyone fucking hates is the best thing to invest in. That is the best, because you're just buying in it dirt fucking cheap. Like, it could not be cheaper. But that will be the future. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what people think or say. That is the future. And that was my discussion with these guys. I'm like, how are you evaluating this? And they were just like, yeah, no. And I'm like, okay. Like, I was going to push them on some deep level. It's insane to me. I don't understand. I do understand that. So, like, almost all investment dollars are all in on AI right now. But the thing is, like, that's gonna work out. But where do you get filthy rich? Where do you get filthy rich? Where do you get filthy rich, like Bitcoin level? Early investments right now in lab grown meat, to me, is just like, like, no one's talking about it. No, literally no one's talking about it. My God, these people are gonna be filthy fucking rich. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Kyle, you're right. You're totally right. You need to do a lot of research and know that you're buying into something reputable. Totally fair. But the thing is, you're buying into all that because that's all the future. All of that is the future. The research, the companies growing, that's all the future. All of that is the future. Literally every single area that you said is going to explode with money. Because here's how I see it. Either AI works out and we're going to be okay, or it doesn't and we're all going to die and it doesn't matter anyway. So what comes after AI? AI is going to say, you guys are fucking morons. Start eating lab-grown meat. That's what what's going to say, and that's what's going to happen. And it's going to tell us how to make it better. And then we will do that, and then that's how we will, like, that is such a clear line into the future. Like, you can't have like ships surviving into deep space if they can't like grow their own food on site, right? So AI will improve that, but that is the future, 100%. And that is has to be one of the like closest ties to like old humanity. People will just have this deep desire in them always for meat. Always. So to me, it's just insane that there's not I don't necessarily want to say deep investment to make it happen. I feel like it's more of like an investment because you know it's going to become, you're going to get fucking rich as fuck in the future because you put some money in there early. Engineering vegetables with more protein would be fine too. Something that represents a halfway point. Sure, but again, this is where you're missing out. You're trying to convince people to come over here to this as they would see it. Like, you look at a situation where, like, The Matrix, where he pulls the fucking lever and you get this slop of exactly what you need. And then you look at the guy, I forget his name, that was sitting there with Agent Smith eating the steak. There is going to always be a deep desire because that's where we came from. There's going to be deep desire in all of us, always, for meat. That's just how it's going to be. Hang on. Oh, my bad. I was laughing. My bad. I was laughing. I want to bring up something just a second. I feel like I need to catch up now. I'm naked in my tub with 2 Voodoo Rangers. Damn, hell yeah. Guys, I just got a knock on my fucking door and all of a sudden there's food out here. And I want to show you guys what it says at the top of this fucking receipt. The person that delivered this has to fucking... I'm surprised they don't burn my house down in a second. Look at this. Customer ID Donald T. Oh my god. What in the hell is going on right now? Trump delivery syndrome. There's only one possible person I could think that this might be. But I will say, there's a shake here too, and the shake is about half melted already. Donald T. Something I was trying to mention earlier, sorry, to a point, your own state has passed laws against lab-grown meat. Yes, and they're fucking idiots. I don't know if anyone knows much about Texas and the way that the state works, but it's extremely corrupt. Extremely corrupt, and yeah, I don't know how else to put it. It's extremely corrupt. Like, to me, I think it's a different situation whenever you have conflicting values and you have the discussion, right? People meet head to head and you talk it out. And then there's corruption, right? And that's what's going on in Texas. Massive corruption. Not saying that doesn't go on in many other places in our government. Yeah, it definitely is. Of course it is. But that's what's going on in Texas. Especially because of oil, right? So. Wait, who the fuck was this, by the way? Who the hell is out here sending me Whataburger? I mean, I have... Oh. I'm not gonna lie. I was sitting here looking through this like, oh shit, did I get somebody else's order and I'm eating it? Maybe I shouldn't be eating it. And then I scrolled my eyes back up to the top of the receipt and it says Donald T. I'm like, oh yeah, no, this is definitely for me. I feel like I'll be honest. My only guess. Wait, what? Why does this order say grilled onions, no onions? I'm not sure whose this is now. I'll be honest. I'm 100% honest at this point. For the first time, I don't know who sent this. Maybe it's Donald T. Yeah, maybe it is Donald T. himself. There are other things on this receipt that I won't reveal that also make this extremely complicated for me because I don't. Yeah, I don't know who sent this. Actually, you know what? I'll just say it out loud on stream. It was sent through Uber Eats. And for some reason, that makes me like, I know Cal is a very smart, devious guy. And if he really wanted to fuck me up, he would send through Uber Eats to really throw the trail off. But also at the same time, why wouldn't he send through DoorDash? Maybe it doesn't exist through DoorDash. I don't know. I'll be honest. This is the first one that I don't know who sent this. Maybe someone wants you to have a final meal before they have you swatted. Might be on my way out. What all was ordered? I don't even know. Fry and a burger that has jalapeno, I think, and mayo. At least, and grilled onions. No, regular onions. A Coke and a vanilla malt. Yo, take it easy, Cade. All right, I'm not gonna go too nuts on this, but I will take a bite. You shot on Whataburger all day today. That and Donald T. Yeah, well, you're starting to make your case on that it was definitely you, Cal, so be careful. Also, actually, I'm dialed it back. I didn't shit on Donald T all day. Only said that it's possible he's the Antichrist, which maybe you would say is shitting on him, and then fair enough. Has to be Joey or Tristan. Wait, no, I know it's only one of 4 people I think that have my address. Oh wait, somebody sent me some lab-grown meat. Is what's going on. I would never waste an order that I didn't think Smack would like. Yeah, I don't trust you. I don't trust you on that. But I also don't think that I can believe you. I'm not gonna lie. For the first time, somebody has fooled me. For the first time, somebody has fooled me. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna take another bite of this burger too. How fucking true, Pain Dog. How fucking true. That's also part of what makes me think that maybe it's not him and only a lead into things. I don't know, man. Yeah, Cal, you also literally just said in the chat a second ago, if I didn't want you to know, you would not know. Jax is over here literally pawing at me. All right, so whoever ordered this, you're also gonna feed Jax a fry. Come on. Come on. Nope, up here. Come on. Look at this light. Look at this guy. He's so excited to get a fry. Woo! Look at him. He's licking his lips. You like fries? Nope, nope, nope. You can't have it yet. Nope, you gotta be good. You gotta be patient. Hang on, I'll give you half of this fry. You ready? Good boy. You like French fries? Hmm? Where you going? You want this fry? Come on. You ain't getting it if you're not up here. He says no games, no games. No games, no games. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, he knows where to go for treats. Come on. Come on. Come on, buddy. Good boy. Okay, okay. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. All right, no more. No more. No more. He doesn't mess around with the fry teasing. Yeah, he's like, get me the fuck out of here. Either give me the fry or don't. I would have done a way better job. You wouldn't even put me in the lineup. I will always put you in the lineup because there are very few of you that know where this is going. So you're going to instantly be in the lineup whether you like it or not. Now, looking at the people in chat right now, that definitely clues me in a little bit more. I think if it's not actually Cal, then I'm going to say that there's a silent person that's maybe been watching. Hasn't said anything for a while. Yeah, the jalapenos were a good choice. Hell yeah. If I said something, it would say light ice on the pop because soda's for Hill Jacks. Okay, you're 100% giving yourself away by saying something like Hill Jacks. You pop people saying something like Hill Jacks is insane. You're literally only digging your trench deeper. Hill Jacks. You pop people in your Hill Jacks. No one knows what the fuck a Hill Jack is. You know what you say? Hillbilly. Everyone instantly knows what a hillbilly is. Bathtub size? Yeah. This is super size before super size got canceled. That's what this is. Remember, Texas is the land of the free as long as you agree to what they think is free. And that is a giant soda. Anybody that isn't from the city area is a hilljack, worse than a hillbilly. How's it worse than a hillbilly? What do you mean? Hillbilly is like degenerate level. Not just not from the city. By the way, you may have fooled me this time. On the order for Donald T. But I appreciate it. Whoever it was, if you're still watching, thanks for the order. Even though, fuck you, you need to stop that shit. All of you. Wait, what do you guys think? What do you guys think about this? What are your thoughts on this? Hang on. Let me... More specifically, this one. With the spicy. Yo, McGuero, what's up? What's up? Thank you for the 30 months. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Appreciate you. How's life? How's the kids? I feel like we lost track of the lab-grown meat discussion. Because I kind of wanted to fight you guys, and then all of a sudden I had to go to my door. Going fishing next weekend for the birthday. Gonna be sick. Hell yeah. How are you gonna be? How old are you gonna be? Like 23? $36. I don't believe that. Not for a second. Don't you be lying up in here? Don't you? Jack thinks he gets this burger. You can't have my burger. Two kids under 5. Guys, there is no way people aren't going to be making massive fucking money off of lab grown meat. Just saying. Not possible. I'm good on fake meat. I'll take plain old cows. See, that's the issue with the discussion, is it won't be fake meat. It will be literal, real cow meat or whatever you're wanting to eat. That's the weird, like, twist that people put on the whole lab-grown meat discussion. It's not fake meat. It's not fake meat at all. It's literal, real cow meat or whatever, just grown without the animal suffering. You're just taking the cells, accelerating their growth. I'm not saying... You know, there are plenty of things to talk about there. I'm just saying that's how it would be. You really took that personally? What? Yeah, true. Yeah, what? Hang on. Am I hating on the person that sent this? Like, tell them they're a piece of shit because they didn't send me McDonald's or something? No. Yeah, we're not we're not going down that rabbit hole. I mean, you are kind of asking me to shit on somebody, Cal, right? You're asking me to potentially shit on the person that sent this, considering they could get a negative judgment. I feel that's a little unfair. I am a grateful boy. I'm a grateful boy. Don't you? No, Cal. No. In certain situations, yes. In some, you have to not be stupid. You think you're gonna hurt their feelings, or one of your 4 friends who sent you this against your will? That's across lines for me. If friends sent me something like this, I'm not gonna say, you dumbass sack of shit. How did? It's just not that. Those are boundaries I can't cross. I have my own personal boundaries, and those are. I am incredibly appreciative on a level that I don't know who it is, so it's tough for me to even up with them. But maybe, hopefully, one day I can. Keep in mind, Cal, keep in mind, I'm literally eating chicken and rice every day. I'm eating chicken and rice every day. It doesn't matter what you send me. It's going to be better when better than what I'm eating already. I'm going to thoroughly enjoy it no matter what. Our situation earlier was if we're being picky bitches. All right, come over here. Come over here. Come up here. Come on. Come on. Can you show everybody that you also enjoy what was sent tonight? You also enjoy fries? You like French fries? Yeah? Good boy. All right, one more. You want one more? Good boy. Good boy. Okay, hop down. Whataburger sucks ass, by the way. Skibbs, you're a son of a bitch. You know that? Do I need to pull up your chat history in front of God and the world so that everyone could see you were hyping up Whataburger earlier? Thank you again, by the way. I'll be honest. Most of the time, I've had an inkling of an idea, and every single one of those times, I was correct. But I'll be honest. I don't even have an inkling of an idea this time on who this was. My mind is driven in many different directions, so maybe it was for your neighbor. See, the thing is, I actually thought about that and locked up in fear for a second. Like, holy shit, maybe I accidentally grabbed. It was in front of my door, but maybe it was meant for someone else and I grabbed the wrong order. And I shouldn't have done that until I looked at the receipt. Yeah, that pretty well seals it. It was definitely meant to come here. Somebody was being a real sneaky bitch. All right, give me a second. I'll go to the bathroom. Yo, yeah, hey, listen. That's a serious thing for me. Locked up in fear is a serious thing. Because you know how you guys may think, oh yeah, no big deal. I wouldn't care if I ate somebody else's food. But I would. I would feel fucking miserable because I know how I feel like. Because it's all like whenever you order food through a delivery service as an adult, it's almost like a fucking mini Christmas or something. When these people show up at your place with your food, you're like, what's the TikTok girl? She's out there dancing about her food. Like, that's me. I'm out here like, you know? So if I denied somebody else that experience, then I would feel so sad. Hop up here. What are you barking about, little boy? What do you got to say? Tell me your thoughts on God and AI. Wait, what the hell? Why aren't you saying anything? Why didn't you say anything? Oh, you want another fry? Huh? Okay, I'll give you one more. That's all you get, though. Last one. You better enjoy it. You better enjoy it. Last one. Okay. Good boy. Good boy. All right, when you throw that up later, think about me, how kind I was to you. Not only I gave it to you, but I'm also going to have to clean up your puke whenever you throw it up later. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, bye. if someone steals it or it's misdelivered, you get an instant refund and order again. But now you have the chance to change your order. It's not that. It's that they're looking forward to having their food right then. Like, can you guys not meet me there? Like, there's some kind of like fuck up in your brain whenever you think you're about to get food and then you get the realization it's at least 30 minutes away. You think that I'm about to eat this thing that I actually am so excited to eat. Oh, okay, now it's at least 30 minutes away. That's a mind fuck. Like, pretty hard. So I've had this happen a million times. Yes, it sucks when it happens. But that's the thing. I don't want to do that for anyone. I want them to get their food because whenever I order food, I want to get my food. So if I walked out and I saw there was food in front of my door and it was meant for someone else, I would make sure that they got their food, you know? What do you think about that? You come up here looking for more fries, huh? You're up here after more fries, you little nerd. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you think you're going to sneak around and get more fries? Huh? It ain't their fault. It could be, though. It's their fault if they grab it knowingly. It's not their fault if they grab it not knowingly. And in most cases, it's knowingly because they know, just a random person knows that random food isn't going to show up at their place. My situation is a little different because I don't know that random stuff is not going to show up at my place. They wait for 10 minutes until it's cold and they feel fine taking it. I mean, sure, some people will do that, but I would not do that. If I grabbed it and I looked and saw any kind of address or any kind of knowledge, I would take it to where it's supposed to go. I've done it before, multiple times. I'm not taking somebody else's food. That's theirs. They paid for it. I want them to have it and enjoy it. God is watching you. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Maybe it's not real. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't. I totally want to ask you if you were around 6 the other day when all that shit went down. No, I don't. So most of the shootings that happen in Austin all happen in the same area. And it's not only is it 6th Street, it's far west 6th Street. I don't go on West 6th Street. I go on East 6th Street. That's where more of the like adults, things are much more chill. Like if I'm going to go out, which I don't go out anymore, I'm just always here. If I'm going to go out, that's where I'm headed. So Dirty 6, no, it's not dirty. Dirty 6 is more like Central 6th. It's like downtown 6th Street. West 6 is a little different. Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back, you little fry burglar. Yeah, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to be all sweet and love up on me because you think you're gonna get more fries. I've never gotten someone else's food order. Oh, I have multiple times. Know what I hate? I ordered a pulled pork sandwich with fries. After he waited about 10 minutes for my order, he went to Outback and picked up another order, then delivered it before I got mine. So, of course, it was cold. That's how the apps get you, right? Because they try to sell you that priority delivery. And whenever you don't buy it, then they're like, okay, well, we sold priority delivery to this other person, so now you get fucked. Haven't been to Austin in a minute, but I hear it's all built up and no local stuff. That's definitely not true, I will say. Okay, you little fry weenie. You got those ears laid back. You're hugging on me like you're going to get more fries. Get out of here. You have plenty of fries. I will say, I'm not going to say that, like, it's some terrible, miserable, bad thing. But I will say that, like, all the people, all like Elon Musk and stuff moving into Austin, of course they're going to bring prosperity to the city. But they are changing the city away from what it used to be. Now, cities grow and change. I'm not saying that's some very terrible thing, but I am sad because I really liked it here, and it does seem like maybe it will become something that it didn't used to be. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it'll be completely fine. Maybe it'll flourish and be a great place. I don't know. I'm not going to say that it won't be bad or it won't be someplace I'll enjoy. I can see that it's losing a bit of its what it used to be. We'll see. Who knows? At the end of the day, at worst, if it becomes a city that I don't want to be in anymore, then I'll just move away. You know, no big deal. It's that easy. So, to me, I'd rather see cities grow and prosper than some weirdos like me be like, oh, I used to do. Yeah, who cares? You know, like, go find another city to feel that way about it. You know, so. Because there are plenty of people that saw Austin that way as well in the past before I got here, right? People like you moving here didn't, you know, and, you know, that's fair enough. So. I I do hope the best for the city and the state and the people. Is a great place to live. I'm happy to have experienced it. If I feel the need to move in the future because it's like just like too busy. You guys kind of know what I'm saying. Like, Elon's talking about some big stuff here in Austin, like some big stuff. It could just and Austin is not ready for that. The city is not ready when it comes to traffic, and there's no actual like good public transportation or anything. Austin's not ready to handle that massive boom. So it could become a mess. And too many people and too much traffic and just too much to handle. And in that case, then maybe I need to, you know, move on, which is fine. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Did you put the shake in the freezer? Yeah, I did. The thing was, I didn't even, honestly, whenever I picked it up, I thought it was gravy or something when I first picked it up, because it was like, it was on its last limb as a shake. But I mean, that's any kind of delivered stuff. I like it here a lot. I have a lot of great memories here, but you know, it would be insane to think that I couldn't make great memories elsewhere, right? Even including cities that aren't in the United States. So, take it easy, Guerrero. Send you photos of the fish. Post them in the Discord. Hell yeah. Sand bass and cats. Hell yeah. We're about to get some sus weather here in a minute in Denton. Oh shit. Tristan and I are gonna be up there in Denton next weekend. Yeah, we've got there's an airsoft event we're going to in Sanger. Yep, D14. Yep. What's good in Denton? Denton's a bit of a college town, so they've got kind of like Austin. I mean, not nearly to the scale of Austin, but like they've got a like nice little downtown vibe going on. Well, I wouldn't even say downtown, like a downtown like little bar area. Diet Austin, yeah. Yeah, that's good. I like it there. There's one particular, I don't remember the name of it. One particular bar that has a million taps and they have some food trucks out back. That's one of the places that we'll usually end up when we're down there. Mex Korean truck is the shit. How many times have you played this field? This will be the third time. It's a good spot. The field itself, you're not going to be nearly as impressed as you were what we went to, but Denton, I'll put it this way. One of our friends that came down from Missouri last time we went and played, because we did the same thing then that we did at previous events where we'd go play during the day in Sanger and then come back and like go to Sanger and hang out, or sorry, go to Denton and hang out. And he was saying, damn, I think I'm going to go home and try to convince my wife that we need to move to Denton. Well, he didn't want to move to Austin, but he really liked Denton. So I think Denton feels about like Cape, Tristan. I don't know the last time that you went to Cape, but Denton feels about the same way. I would have to look at the population comparison, but it kind of feels the same. Like it's big and active enough that you can go out and find some fun if you want it, but it's also very chill, you know? If you're down for a 2017 DreamHack reunion, I'll buy you a shot. Oh. Yeah, we'll see about that. Oh, I thought I heard DreamHack was like shutting down or something. Am I wrong on that? Oh no, I messed up my own contact. Oh no. Can't tell, I might have doubled it. It's not feeling good though. Give me a second. Let me go make sure this isn't like messed up. Okay, we're good. I fixed it. A shoey would need to happen. Listen, I said this while I was playing pro to the Australian players that walked up to me and said, yo, we watched your stream. We like you. We wanted to take a shoey with you. And I said, you guys are fucking disgusting. If you bring me like a new shoe, yes, 100% I'll do a shoey. I'm not drinking beer out of your disgusting ass shoe. Fuck you. No, that shit is insanely disgusting. Break out a brand new shoe that nobody's been wearing around for years. Absolutely. You know, leather, chemicals, whatever. Your disgusting, unwashed fucking feet for years. No, we're not going there. And they said, they all looked at me so shocked, and they were like, wait, what the fuck, dude? Do you understand it's like a big, like, that's a massive disrespect to us. And I said, then get disrespected, motherfuckers. Like, I'm not drinking out of your disgusting shoe. I feel disrespected that you're trying to get me to drink out of your disgusting ass shoe. Fuck you. No, we're not playing these games. Others could have tried it on. Yeah, but that's easy to just not think about, right? Southern Belle, it's easy to think of. Maybe other people didn't have it tried it on, and even if they did, whatever, like light foot contact, whatever, that's fine. Disgusting, years old, unwashed feet, sweaty feet, smelly shoe. No. We don't deal in that shit. No. That's where I get some kind of brain-eating amoeba out of your fucking boot or shoe. No. Either way, I couldn't do it. I mean, I've done some gross things. I ate a week-old dead cricket for $1. I've done a lot of gross things. So I can, to me, that's just no. And you know what? I would maybe even do a shoey out of somebody that I knew was like very hygienic and what, you know what? Maybe. I don't know. I've never tested the boundaries of my shoey interest. But whenever someone says you want to do a shoey and they show me their shoe and it looks like they were growing some fucking mushrooms in the bottom of their own goddamn shoe before they asked me, yeah, guess what? That's not happening, buddy. And then whenever you try to tell me that you feel disrespected because I'm not going to eat your fucking toe fungus, then I'm going to get annoyed. Then I'm going to tell you you're a fucking moron. And you know, guys, you want to know one of the worst revelations on why shoeys are disgusting is because half of you motherfuckers, this is why I need to pose a question ahead of time before the shoe even got brought up. I need to pose the question and then you guys can understand how I feel. Because the discussion gets brought up in here disgustingly often that some of you guys wash your feet by scrubbing the upper parts of your leg and letting the soap run down your leg. That's how you wash your leg and your feet. So whenever there's a lot of that kind of stuff going on in the world, and then these gross ass motherfuckers want to say, yo, let's do a shoey. Now go fuck yourself. No. You know what? If I knew that you were a hygienic person, I've done some gross shit like, yeah, fuck it. Let's go. You are just a little fry burglar, aren't you? You think that you're just going to be up here and act like you're just going to exist. You're going to be in the background and you're going to get some fries. I don't care if you wash your feet twice a day. I don't want to drink out of your shoe. Yeah, says the person that hasn't sucked on the toes of somebody that actually, never mind. Somebody bought me some food and now I'm less drunk. So it's easier for me to change the topic whenever that comes up. I don't suck toes either. I'm going to bite my tongue. I'm going to bite my tongue. See, there are things that as much as you guys might think that I've been drunk and said some things that you were like, damn, I can't believe he talked about that. He was drunk. There's still some things hidden that I haven't talked about. That it doesn't matter how drunk I would be. It would have to be the right time and place to come out. Some real hot takes. I have some very serious hot takes. Even if it's a pristine brand new shoe, I still wouldn't want to drink out of it. No, I'd be down. I'd be down a completely brand new shoey. Yeah, fuck yeah, I would do that for sure. I'll see how you feel about a shoey next weekend. Yeah, I'm telling you right now how I feel about it. It's very clear. There's no stepping away from the stream doesn't change anything. We don't need to know all your kinks. Maybe I just please some of the deep deep kink people in the chat when I say this, but there's 0% chance you've truly pleased somebody, your significant other in your life, if you can't even say that you haven't sucked on their toes one time. Just saying. You're letting your own pride and self-worth get in the way of truly pleasing somebody. That chick Destiny I mentioned earlier likes getting her toes sucked. What did I just tell you guys? What did I just tell you? What did I just tell you? Like, no girl is probably ever going to get off by getting her toes sucked. But it's about connecting on that level where either they probably haven't been connected with before, or we can just go on and on. Like, we're starting to scratch tiny bit scratch the surface of what I was talking about earlier. What about getting your toes licked by a couple wolves? What if I get some steel-toed boots and kick their fucking skull in? How about that, god damn it? I see we have a quality discussion again. Myth. How many times have you sucked on the toes of your lady? How many times have you sucked her toes? Very serious question. Never? Guys, do I need to start putting on some classes? See, that's what I was thinking, Cal, but I'm not sure. If I was to take a stab in the dark, that's who it would have been. But that's only a guess. But the thing is, it's like a limited field, so I'm curious and also don't know. Myth is a liar. Myth is a liar. And if he's not a liar, he's gonna try it out tonight. Guys, you can't know what your significant other is into or not until you try it. You try it, and then they're like, "Oh no, that wasn't for me," and then there you go. Even the wife is sitting here saying, "Hell no." Okay. Listen, I feel like that's kind of weird territory for me to start saying, "No, trust me," or what. I'm just saying. There are things that I didn't know I was into until it happened, and I was like, wow, okay. All right. Got to be open-minded, guys. So yeah, clean Chewy, I'm in. Somebody that I know isn't letting soap run down their fucking leg to wash their leg. You know, we'll explore maybe, but I don't trust any of you motherfuckers anymore. You guys saying you're out here washing your leg by letting soap run down your leg? No, we can't be friends anymore. Guys, if somebody smeared shit down your arm, are you just going to let soap run down your arm to clean it off? No. No. That's not how it works. Clean your shit up. The world's natural earth aura takes care of a lot of it. Yeah, I know what you mean by that, because whenever I walk out in public, I smell the body odor of all the people that agree with you. Yeah. Yeah. And that was me whenever I was in Europe and Saudi Arabia. Because I'm out here like, holy shit, I'm out of deodorant and I'm going out trying to, antiperspirant. And I'm trying to go buy some good shit, and they do not have the good stuff over there. You have the TAC 41? Yeah, it's right here. Actually, in pieces, but yeah. Here it is currently. Everything else is on the counter. Post your dog in the Discord. I don't want to. I'm not looking at your dog unless you tell me that you've sucked your dog's toes. Whiskey with his favorite cow leg that he found. Wait, what the fuck? What? What? You don't have a different picture than your dog chewing on a fucking cow leg? For real? We're in the country, he finds cow legs. That was his third. I don't know about you guys. You guys you're out here not washing your legs. You're not sucking on your lady's toes. I don't know about you guys. SRS A2, need it or key it? Wait, what? What? Oh, you're talking about the you're talking about the silverback SRS. Um wait, hang on. Is there something specific you want to know about it? As in, you want to try it or what? You heard anything? Well, all of their guns are incredible. Like I told you, they've set the standard. All of their guns are very good. The issue is there's a reason. If this gun was the way to go, I would have gotten it. The mags are giant for no reason, which makes storage for the mags difficult, which is, I told you, one of the first things you want to look at when getting a gun, because it affects all of your rigs in the future. The mags are giant for zero reason. The gun is heavy as fuck. It's just not, it's an old way of looking at sniping and airsoft. The way that I'm doing things is the way you should do it. If you're interested in getting a sniper, just do what I'm doing and just copy it exactly, and you will have way more enjoyment. Trust me. I know that you're all on the bullpup train, and if you want to do that, that's fine. It's just a bunch of needless stuff, needless money. They're way more expensive. It's probably not gonna shoot as accurately. Like, we can just go on and on and on. The hop and TDC on this gun is very different because it has like dual detents, so you have to dial two sides of the hop at the same time to get it to shoot correctly. It's just, trust me, I did a ton of sniper research, and I feel like I am exactly what my setup is, exactly what you would want if you're anyone that wants to actually go out and have a good time. Now, if you're just that dead set on the bullpup thing, sure, but understand that you're adding so many layers of non-enjoyment for no reason. The big mags, the bad version of the TDC, complexity of the gun in general, the weight, the length, like everything is just not good. Not even kidding. Oh, hang on. I'm getting ads on my Facebook for Family Paintball Center now. What could possibly be their cause for that? Well, who knows? Just wait until after this event. Let me get my setup up and running, and then you shoot it while I'm there. And then you can get a better feel for what you think. If you're like, no, I don't like how this is set up, I don't like the feel of this, then you got a better direction, right? You could dial in more for what you want. But for me, priority number one in literally everything airsoft and paintball, it's all weight. I want to be as lightweight as possible because I want to be able to maneuver, run around, go nuts all day long. So number one is weight by a large margin. Then obviously like consistent performance and reliability and all these other things, they all come into play for sure. There's a reason, like I will always, anything that is a part of my kit, there's a very, very, very specific reason. And there's a very specific reason why I'm running the setup I am right now when it comes to the sniper. So maybe that's not your vibe, but for me, it's a fucking paperweight. Actually, what I just said there is stupid, right? Because paperweight is heavy. It's like it weighs paper compared to other guns. Like the weight is nothing. Because I don't care about polymer. If my gun's like all polymer, but polymer performs great, then I'm gonna run the polymer because it's lighter. And that's a weird thing in airsoft. Everyone wants to run full metal, and I just do not give a flying fuck about that. As long as it performs just as well in a polymer version, I'm gonna get the polymer. Because I always want to be as lightweight as possible. So just shoot my gun this weekend or next weekend and then decide what you want. If you're like, it's more important for me to have the bullpup style, the feel, all that, sure. But you can get a good idea of where to start and what you think. Also, should I bring bigger nail guns to shoot at you? Yeah, of course. Absolutely, yeah. I forgot that happened last time. That you shot your nail guns at me. Well, we were in the Airbnb working on some of our airsoft guns. And I forget how it was, how it even got brought up. Tristan probably would know better than me. It got brought up about like the nail guns and like if they got shot at us, if they would stick in your skin or whatever. And then I was just drunk enough. I was primed to say, well, let's go find out. Like, why are we talking about it? Why don't we just find out? So I just told Tristan, like, load up your nail gun. Let's go. Just shoot it at me and then we'll find out. Does it stick in me or not? Spoiler alert, it didn't stick in me. It didn't even like penetrate the clothing. It was fine. What are you doing, little boy? You're funny. You're a funny little pup. You're a funny little pup. Boys will be boys. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy that kind of stuff, though. At the end of the day, what's the worst that happens? Tristan shoots the nail into me. It penetrates my skin. I'm bleeding. We cover it with a Band-Aid. I'm fine. That shit doesn't matter. I'll be fine. Hit you in the eye? No, I turned around. I told him I was facing away from him. He shot me in the back. Like we were. Yeah, I mean, it was fine. There was nothing that could have happened that would have been devastatingly bad on that level. They leave a pretty clean hole. Don't need a Band-Aid most times. Well, it's in most, like in some cases it would be more of like a clotting aid, right? Where you're covering the hole that it might be bleeding out of. And it's only to like help clotting or whatever. What if it's a rusty nail? I mean, I got tetanus and everything. I'm good. Like, it doesn't matter. Shoot me up with rusty nails, baby. I don't think that most people like the level of pain that I experienced in paintball was crazy. Like you could shoot me with 20 nails and it probably wouldn't even equal the pain that I felt in some of the times that people shot me up in paintball. So yeah, I don't care about being shot by a nail gun and maybe it sticks in my skin. To me, that's like kind of interesting. I mean, sure. The thing is, any nail that enters Tristan, unless it's by a friend, is like negligence on his end, right? Like either he was going too fast or wasn't paying attention or whatever. But at the end of the day, most of the time, it probably didn't matter unless it's like through the center of one of his fingers or something. That's like okay, now this is going to affect how quickly you're working. You got to take time out. That's a massive issue, right? But if you're just like cutting the side of your finger with a nail or whatever, it's like whatever. The bigger issue there is that it's bleeding on your work then. And that's the bigger issue. It's always that. You don't want blood on what you're trying to do or like your work. So then you do have to pause and like bandage it up and make sure it's not bleeding on what you're trying to do. But other than that, especially whenever you're dealing with some like what he's dealing with, the cabinets, they have like particular finishes and whatever. In most cases, I'm assuming like they have clear coats and stuff and he could probably just wipe the blood off, but still you can't just like let that sit around because it will cause problems. So yeah, blood is going to be an issue, but as long as you fucking wrap your finger up or whatever, you're just back in the game. Actually, probably where most of those nails came from, like maybe 700 plus of those nails that went through his finger, was Cal in chat saying maybe you should try PvE until you get the hang of PvP. He still claims he wasn't trolling? Well, of course he wasn't trolling. What do you mean? I feel like you don't know Cal if you think he was trolling. He was not trolling. New shoey idea. Fill the hopper with beer and chug the muzzle. Or wait, are you trying to say like drill through the front of the shoe or something? Oh wait, are you talking? Oh no, you're talking about paintball. Oh man, I'm done with the paintball days. you're gonna be getting a bunch of greasy garbage in that. No, pass on all that. Pass on all that. Pass on all that. I don't think that you don't. That's the thing. Exactly. Exactly. I was about to say it, what you said, Cal, but in a different, more succinct way. Cal has a level of pure concern that most people don't. Pure, genuine concern. When he said that, he wasn't trolling. That was genuine concern. But he also knows I don't live in that world, so I'll beat my head against the PvP rock. Yeah, we'll have to have another discussion sometime, Pain Dog, over the things that I was considering writing them all down while they were coming to me, because I kind of wanted to bounce them off of somebody, and I was like, oh, this is probably a little too intense for the stream, and it was. Obviously, it chased pretty well a lot of people away when I started talking about it, but it's still intriguing to me. So that's a really good episode, though. I am very, very, very interested in watching the documentary. Maybe just change the name of the stream to Chicken Burgers? No. Chicken burgers aren't a real thing. No, I can't do that. There's chicken sandwiches and burgers. No such thing as a chicken burger. How can you say they're not real when they're right there? Yeah, well, that's a chicken sandwich. Pretty easy. Now, to be fair, I will like my concession with the whole pop versus soda thing. If someone just says, I agree with you, I think that it is soda, but I grew up my entire childhood saying pop, and it's just kind of ingrained in me now, then I'm like, okay, fair enough. I think you're right. And I'm not gonna shit on someone for that, So if you just say that's a part of me, I can't help it. I know I'm wrong, but whatever. Hot dog's a sandwich. I don't necessarily agree that a hot dog is a sandwich, personally. I know a lot of people say that, but part of why I don't necessarily agree that a hot dog is a sandwich is if I took a hot dog and I laid it out in front of you by itself without the bun, what are you going to call it? You're going to call it a hot dog. Right? And now that whenever I put a bun on it, you're still going to call it a hot dog. So hot dog isn't necessarily a sandwich, in my opinion. Up here in Canada, we call them wiener tubes. Something about that, I doubt. I don't know, like a little tiny bit about that. I don't necessarily believe. We didn't say pop or soda. We just said whatever it was we wanted, like Pepsi, Coke, Sprite, 7-Up. Sure, but what would you say all of those are if someone asked you? A soft drink. Yeah, so soda. I grew up with them being called Pops. We even had a company called Pop Shop. Yeah. I mean, I heard people calling Pepsi Cokes. Give me a Coke. What kind of Coke? You know. Whataburger is an American regional fast food restaurant chain headquartered and based in San Antonio, Texas. Wait, that's not where the first one started, though, right? Wasn't it down? I thought the first ones were down even further south. Maybe I'm wrong, though. It specializes in hamburgers, founded by Harmon Dobson and Paul Burton. It opened its first restaurant in Corpus Christi. Okay, that's what I was thinking of. Corpus Christi. Neither have ever had a burger. Wait. Neither have ever had a burger before that, but trusted in opening a restaurant based on local food trends. Okay, these guys are fucking losers immediately. These guys are fucking morons. There's no fucking way. Jesus Christ. Are these guys dead? Let's fucking go dig them up and just shit on them immediately. Like, what? Who out here starts a business without having a burger and says, we're going to sell burgers? These guys are fucking idiots. This is how you know that sometimes dumb people get lucky. I think I need to get some Whataburger tonight. Well, whoever sent me Whataburger definitely needs to get some. That's probably why they called it that, because they're like, what's a burger? You know, you want to know the most triggering fucking thing about these fucking insane Texan people? The most insane thing about these motherfuckers It drives me up the goddamn wall is because they don't say Whataburger. They say Waterburger. And it drives me to my absolute limit as a human being. Because you're like, are you trying to say Waterburger? Or are you trying to say Whataburger? But they are fucking insane. These people that live in Texas are fucking crazy, guys. And every time I bring it up, they're just like, Whataburger. I'm like, wait, Waterburger or what a burger? Waterburger. How many Trump vodkas have you had? Not enough. Not enough. Wait, Skibbs, were you here whenever I was showing the Whataburger receipt? Somebody sent me Whataburger that had the recipient name as Donald T. We gotta hunt this motherfucker down. Imagine you're delivering Whataburger to some guy. And I'm curious if it only said Donald T on the receipt name because they had to shorten it. What if what if somebody delivered to me thinking they were delivering to some motherfucker named Donald Trump? Yeah, true pain dog. I'm probably about to end though, so. Somebody's gonna get my fucking apartment like TP'd and all kinds of shit. Thought we were just getting the night started. Nah, Skip told me he wanted to suck on my toes tonight, so I had to end early. I remember when DoorDash delivered a ton of Burger King to my door as a mistake one night, and I shamelessly took it. Well, it's all right. You guys have all not passed the purity test. It's okay. Come up here. Come up here. Not one singular time ever, guys, ever have I taken delivery food that was not mine. Call me a bitch if you want. Just saying. Come here. Come here. It's all right, Skibbs. We just think you're just like, maybe only like 1/60th of the human we thought you were. It's no big deal. I used to go up to the drive-thrus and drive right past the ordering and go up and pick whatever the person behind me just ordered and pay for it. I've never ordered the dash of the door. Shoo. But the thing is, when you do, you technically don't know if the food you got wasn't someone else's. True. Yeah, you know what? You're totally right. But I'm pretty certain most people, you trolly ass motherfuckers, no, very unlikely anybody around me is getting some Donald T food delivered to them tonight. Hop up here. Hop up here. Come on. You want a fry or no? You want a fry? You got to come up here. You got to come up here. Oh boy. You came up here real quick then when you knew that there was a fry on the line. Okay. 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 That was so good. Why didn't you eat that earlier? It's so funny whenever he puts his paw out to like, give me the fry. Yo, you want one more? You want one more? Come here. Come on. Come on. Up here. Come on. Come on. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. Something about that. I thought it was saying gabeeps. Gabeeps. Guys and gals, I think it's time. I think it's time for me to pass away for the evening. Puvy. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I learned the lesson the hard way. I shouldn't have deep AI, because I was actually like considering for a little bit. Maybe I have one night a week where I do like online learning about AI courses, and I just do them on stream where I learn about AI. And I think tonight just chased that all away. I start talking about some deep AI thoughts and stuff, and everyone's like, nope, fuck this, I'm out. Lesson learned. Either way, we got some special shout outs on our way out tonight. Ledge, thank you not only for the sub on YouTube, but the $50 tip. Chronic, $100 tip. In Kohler, $100 tip. Dougie dropping a gifted sub on us tonight. And many resubs. And very special shout out to the Whataburger delivery tonight. The Whataburger. My wit is failing me. Whataburger delivery. Yeah, I don't know. I give up. The masked Whataburger delivery individual. Thank you. I appreciate you all very much. Thanks for the support as always. I'm kind of thinking I want a little bit of a game night soon. So maybe tomorrow night. I'm not sure. I want to play some games with the boys again. I'm kind of in the mood again. I'm not sure what game though. I love Among Us, but I kind of want to mix it up a little too. So we'll see. I'll be thinking about it. But thanks for tuning in, everybody. I appreciate you all very much. Back tomorrow. Back on the grind. Thank you very much for all the support, everyone. I love you very much. Hope you had a great week. TGIF. We go again tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Love you. Goodbye. Good night. What do you got to say about that? Good night. Good night.